Welcome back. I'm glad you're here again. Find a comfortable position, whatever feels right for your body tonight. Let your shoulders drop a little. Take one slow breath in and let it go. Good. Close your eyes if you haven't already. We're stepping back into the story now. When we last left Jonathan Harker, he was alone in Castle Dracula. The Count had gone west. The last of the earth boxes had been loaded and taken away. Jonathan was still there, trapped, uncertain, the windows no help and the doors all locked. That was part 1. Now the story moves. It moves west, across the water, to England. 2 young women are on holiday by the sea, Mina Murray and her friend Lucy Westenra. They are writing cheerful letters back and forth, full of sunshine and laughter and the ordinary brightness of summer. They do not know what followed the Count across the water. Not yet. Let the story begin. Chapter 6. Mina Murray's journal.
The 24th of July, Whitby. Lucy met me at the station. She looked sweeter and lovelier than ever, and we drove up to the house at the Crescent in which they have rooms. This is a lovely place.
I want you to close your eyes for a moment and let me bring you here. To Whitby. Picture a small Yorkshire harbour town, caught between 2 cliffs, cradled by the mouth of a river. The little river Esk runs through a deep valley which broadens as it nears the sea. A great stone viaduct strides across the valley on tall piers, and through those arches the view seems to stretch further than it ought, as if the distance beyond were somehow doubled. The valley is beautifully green below, and steep enough that when you stand on the high ground you look right across it, out over rooftops, out over the harbor mouth, out to where the sea begins.
The houses of the old town the side away from us are all red-roofed and seem piled up one over the other anyhow, like the pictures we see of Nuremberg. Right over the town is the ruin of Whitby Abbey, which was sacked by the Danes long ago. It is a most noble ruin of immense size and full of beautiful and romantic bits. There is a legend that a white lady is seen in one of the windows.
I love that detail. The abbey stands against the sky like something broken open, roofless, but still immense. Its arches frame nothing but air and cloud. Its walls are older than anyone alive can fully reckon. And between the abbey and the town, there is a churchyard. This is where I want to take you now, where Mina goes almost every day to write in her journal and to watch the sea.
This is, to my mind, the nicest spot in Whitby. It lies right over the town and has a full view of the harbor. The view runs all up the bay to where the headland called Kettleness stretches out into the sea. It descends so steeply over the harbor that part of the bank has fallen away, and some of the graves have been destroyed. In one place, part of the stonework of the graves stretches out over the sandy pathway far below. There are walks with seats beside them through the churchyard, and people go and sit there all day long looking at the beautiful view and enjoying the breeze.
I am writing now with my book on my knee. The harbor lies below me, the full breadth of it opening out from a narrow mouth between two piers, each with its lighthouse at the end. One pier curves outward to the north, its granite arm reaching into the sea. The other curves to meet it, and between them the harbor opens wide. At high water it is very fine, the boats riding at anchor in the sheltered water, the reflections moving slow and sleepy on the surface. When the tide is out, the Esk runs thin between banks of sand, and rocks show dark through the shallows. Beyond the south lighthouse, a great reef runs out half a mile into the sea. At its far end is a buoy with a bell that swings in bad weather and sends a mournful sound in on the wind. They say here in Whitby that when a ship is lost, bells are heard out at sea.
I must ask the old man about this. He is coming this way.
He is a funny old man. He must be awfully old, for his face is all gnarled and twisted like the bark of a tree. He tells me he is nearly 100, and that he was a sailor in the Greenland fishing fleet when Waterloo was fought. He is, I am afraid, a very skeptical person. When I ask him about the bells at sea and the white lady at the Abbey, he says, very brusquely,
I wouldn't fash mazel about them, miss. Them things be all wore out. Mind, I don't say that they never was, but I do say that they wasn't in my time. They be all very well for cummers and trippers, and the like, but not for a nice young lady like you. Them feet folks from York and Leeds, that be always eatin' cured herrins and drinkin' tea and lookin' out to buy cheap jet would creed aught. I wonder mazel who'd be bothered tellin' lies to them, even the newspapers, which is full of fool talk.
I think he would be a good person to learn interesting things from. I ask him if he would mind telling me something about the whale fishing in the old days. He is just settling himself to begin when the clock strikes 6, whereupon he labors to get up and says,
I must gang Aegeanwards home now, miss. My granddaughter doesn't like to be kept waitin' when the tea is ready, for it takes me time to crammel aboon the grees, for there be a many of 'em. And miss. I lack belly timber sarely by the clock.
He hobbles away, and I watch him hurrying as well as he can down the steps. The steps are a great feature of the place. They lead from the town up to the church. There are hundreds of them. I do not know how many. And they wind up in a delicate curve. The slope is so gentle that a horse could easily walk up and down them. You and I sit on after he is gone. The harbor is below us. The light is still warm on the red rooftops. The sea is silver at the horizon.
The 1st of August.
I came up here an hour ago with Lucy. We had the most interesting talk with my old friend and his 2 cronies who always join him on the bench. He is evidently the oracle of them, and I should think must have been in his time a most dictatorial person. He will not admit anything and downfaces everybody. If he cannot out-argue them, he bullies them and then takes their silence for agreement with his views. Lucy was looking so sweetly pretty in her white lawn frock. She has got a beautiful color since we have been here. I notice that the old men do not lose any time in coming up and sitting near her when we sit down. She is so sweet with old people. I think they all fell in love with her on the spot. Even my old man succumbs and does not contradict her, but gives me double share instead. I get him on the subject of the legends, and he goes off at once into what I can only describe as a sort of sermon. I must try to remember it and put it down.
It be all fool talk, lock, stock, and barrel. That's what it be, and nowt else. These bands and wafts and bow ghosts and barghists and bogles, and all anent them is only fit to set bairns and dizzy women a belderin. They be nowt but air blebs. They and all grims and signs and warnin's be all invented by parsons, and ilsome buke bodies, and railway touters to skeer and scunner halflins, and to get folks to do something that they don't other incline to. It makes me ireful to think o' them. Why, it's them that, not content with printin' lies on paper and preachin' them out of pulpits, does want to be cuttin' them on the tombstones. Look here all around you in whate'er ye will. All them steens holdin' up their heads as well as they can out of their pride is achant, simply tumblin' down with the weight of the lies wrote on them. Here lies the body, or sacred to the memory wrote on all of them, and yet in nigh half of them there bean't no bodies at all. And the memories of them bean't cared a pinch of snuff about, much less sacred, Lies, all of them. Nothing but lies of one kind or another. My Gog, but it'll be a quare scouterment at the day of judgment when they come tumbling up in their death sarks, all juped together and trying to drag their tombsteins with them to prove how good they was. Some of them trimlin' and ditherin', with their hands that dozened and slippy from lying in the sea, that they can't even keep their group o' them.
I can see it from the old fellow's self-satisfied air, and from the way he looks round for the approval of his cronies, that he is showing off. So I put in a word to keep him going.
Oh, Mr. Swales, you can't be serious. Surely these tombstones are not all wrong.
He rounds on me with great pleasure at this.
Yablins. There may be a poorish few not wrong savin' where they make out the people too good. For there be folk that do think a balm bowl be like the sea, if only it be their own. The whole thing be only lies. Now look you here. You come here a stranger, and you see this Kirk Garth.
I nod, for I think it better to assent, though I do not quite understand his dialect. I know it has something to do with the church. He goes on.
And you can say that all these steens be a boon folk that be happed here snod and snog.
I assent again.
Then that be just where the lie comes in. Why, there be scores of these lay beds that be tomb as old Dunn's box on Friday night.
He nudges one of his companions, and they all laugh.
And my Gog? How could they be otherwise? Look at that one, the aftest abaft the beer bank, read it.
I go over and read.
Edward Spencelog, master mariner, murdered by pirates off the coast of Andres, April 1854, aged 30.
I come back. Mr. Swales goes on, very pleased with himself.
Who brought him home, I wonder, to hap him here? Murdered off the coast of Andres. And you conceded his body lay under. Why, I could name ye a dozen whose bones lie in the Greenland seas above. He points northwards, or where the currents may have drifted them. There be the steens around ye. Ye can, with your young eyes, read the small print of the lies from here. This Braithwaite Lowry, I knew his father, lost in the lively off Greenland in 20. Or Andrew Woodhouse, drowned in the same seas in 1777. Or John Paxton, drowned off Cape Farewell a year later. or old John Rawlings, whose grandfather sailed with me, drowned in the Gulf of Finland in '50. Do ye think that all these men will have to make a rush to Whitby when the trumpet sounds? I have me antherums abode it. I tell ye that when they got here, they'd be jomlin and jostlin one another that way that it 'ud be like a fight up on the ice in the old days, when we'd be at one another from daylight to dark, and tryin' to tie up our cuts by the light of the aurora borealis.
This is evidently local pleasantry, for the old man cackles over it, and his cronies join in with gusto. I try to argue with him carefully.
But surely you are not quite correct, for you start on the assumption that all the poor people, or their spirits, will have to take their tombstones with them on the day of judgment. Do you think that will be really necessary?
He fixes me with his ancient eyes and demands,
Well, what else be they tombstones for? Answer me that, miss.
I say carefully.
To please their relatives, I suppose.
He repeats this back at me with intense scorn.
To please their relatives, you suppose. How will it pleasure their relatives to know that lies is wrote over them, and that everybody in the place knows that they be lies?
He points to a stone at our feet, laid down as a flat slab close to the edge of the cliff on which the bench itself rests.
Read the lies on that thruff steen.
Lucy is closer to it than I am. She leans over and reads in her clear voice.
Sacred to the memory of George Cannon, who died in the hope of a glorious resurrection. On July 29th, 1873, falling from the rocks at Kettleness. This tomb was erected by his sorrowing mother to her dearly beloved son. He was the only son of his mother, and she was a widow. She pauses and says very gravely, Really, Mr. Swales, I don't see anything very funny in that.
He is delighted that she cannot see it.
Ye don't see aught funny.
Ha.
Ha. But that's because ye don't gom the sorrowin' mother was a hellcat that hated him because he was a crooked. A regular lammeter he was. And he hated her so that he committed suicide in order that she mightn't get an insurance she put on his life. He blew nigh the top of his head off with an old musket that they had for scaring the crows with. Twarn't for crows then, for it brought the clegs and the doups to him. That's the way he fell off the rocks. And, as to hopes of a glorious resurrection, I've often heard him say Mazel that he hoped he'd go to hell, for his mother was so pious that she'd be sure to go to heaven, and he didn't want to addle where she was. Now isn't that Steen at any rate? He hammers it with his stick. A pack of lies? And won't it make Gabriel keckle when Geordie comes pantin' up the grease with the tombstone balanced on his hump and asks it to be took as evidence?
Lucy turns the conversation and turns it beautifully. She stands up with a little mock tragic air and says,
"Oh, why did you tell us of this? It is my favorite seat, and I cannot leave it, and now I find I must go on sitting over the grave of a suicide."
He waves his hand at her dismissively but fondly.
"That won't harm ye, my pretty, and it may make poor Geordie gladsome to have so trim a lass sittin' on his lap. That won't hurt ye. Why, I've sat here off and on for nigh 20 years past, and it hasn't done me no harm. Don't ye fash about them as lies under ye, or that doesn't lie there either. It'll be time for ye to be getting scart when ye see the tombsteans all run away with, and the place as bare as a stubble field." "There's the clock, and I must gang. My service to ye, ladies."
And off he hobbles. Lucy and I sit a while after he is gone, taking hands as we sit. The view is before us in all its fullness. The harbor below, the twin lighthouses, the reef, the open sea. The late afternoon light makes long, warm shadows across the old stone. She tells me all over again about Arthur, about their coming marriage, about their plans. And her face is so bright and happy as she speaks. That makes me just a little heartsick. I haven't heard from Jonathan for a whole month now.
The same day, I came up here alone, for I am very sad. There was no letter for me. I hope there cannot be anything the matter with Jonathan. The clock has just struck 9.
I look out from the churchyard bench in the falling dark. The lights are scattered all over the town below. Sometimes in rows where the streets run, and sometimes singly here and there in the dark. They run right up the valley of the Esk and die away in the curve of the hills. To my left, the view is cut off by a black line of rooftop, the old house beside the Abbey. Somewhere behind me, sheep and lambs are bleating in the fields. There is the distant clatter of a donkey's hoofs on the paved road below. The band on the pier is playing a waltz, bright and brassy and rather too cheerful for this hour. Further along the quay, a Salvation Army meeting is in full voice in a back street. Neither band hears the other. Up here I can hear and see them both. I wonder where Jonathan is. I wonder if he is thinking of me. I wish he were here.
The 26th of July. I am anxious, and it soothes me to express myself here. It is like whispering to one's self and listening at the same time.
There is also something about the shorthand symbols that makes it different from ordinary writing. The Pitman characters, those clean, economical strokes, seem to carry the feeling as much as the meaning. I practice them every day, filling pages. It is useful work, and it quiets me. I am unhappy about Lucy and about Jonathan. I had not heard from him for some time and was very concerned. But yesterday, dear Mr. Hawkins, who is always so kind, sent me a letter from him. It is only a line dated from Castle Dracula and says that he is just starting for home. That is not like Jonathan. I do not understand it, and it makes me uneasy. Then, too, there is Lucy. Although she is so well and so rosy and so happy, she has lately taken to her old habit of walking in her sleep. Her mother has spoken to me about it, and we have decided that I am to lock the door of our room every night. Lucy is to be married in the autumn. She is already planning out her dresses and how her house is to be arranged. I sympathize with her, for I do the same, only Jonathan and I will start in life in a very simple way, and shall have to try to make both ends meet. She wants to bring Arthur up to the seat on the Churchyard cliff and show him the beauty of Whitby. I dare say it is the waiting which disturbs her. She will be all right when he arrives.
The 27th of July. No news from Jonathan. I am getting quite uneasy about him, though why I should I do not know. But I do wish that he would write if it were only a single line.
The days pass quietly here. Lucy and I walk the cliff paths in the evenings when the summer light lingers long and golden over the sea. We walk east along the headland where the grass is short and salt-scented and the path runs close to the edge. Below us, the water moves in long, slow swells, dark green and then pale at the shore. The gulls pass at eye level, indifferent to us, Sometimes we walk back through the churchyard at dusk between the old tilting stones and sit a while on the bench before the light is gone. Mr. Swales is sometimes still there at that hour, bundled in his coat, talking to no one in particular. There is something about this town that gets into you, the salt air, the old stone, the sound of the sea from every high place. I feel it in the evenings especially, as if Whitby had been here so long and seen so much that it carries a kind of patience in its bones.
Lucy walks more than ever in her sleep, and each night I am awakened by her moving about the room. Fortunately, the weather is so hot that she cannot get cold. But the anxiety and the perpetually being wakened is beginning to tell on me. I am getting nervous and wakeful myself. Thank God, Lucy's health keeps up. She is a trifle stouter, and her cheeks are a lovely rose pink. She has lost that anemic look which she had. I pray it will all last. The 3rd of August. Another week gone, and no news from Jonathan, not even to Mr. Hawkins, from whom I have heard. Oh, I do hope he is not ill. He surely would have written. I look at that last letter of his, but somehow it does not satisfy me. It does not read like him, and yet it is his writing. There is no mistake of that.
Lucy has not walked much in her sleep the last week, but there is an odd concentration about her which I do not understand. Even in her sleep, she seems to be watching me. She tries the door and, finding it locked, goes about the room searching for the key. I keep the key on a ribbon around my own neck at night now. I do not know why that detail troubles me as much as it does.
The 6th of August. Another 3 days, and no news. This suspense is getting dreadful. If I only knew where to write to or where to go to, I should feel easier. But no one has heard a word of Jonathan since that last letter. I must only pray to God for patience.
I come up to the churchyard in the afternoon and find the world entirely changed. The sun that shone so warmly every day this past week is gone, buried in thick clouds piled high over Kettleness. Everything is gray. Gray, earthy rock. Gray clouds tinged with the ghost of sunlight at their far edge. The sea gray too, vast and unsettled. Sand points stretching out into it like gray fingers. The sea is tumbling in over the shallows with a roar, muffled in sea mist drifting inland. The horizon is lost in gray. All is vastness. The clouds are piled up like giant rocks. There is a low sound over the sea, a brool. The fishermen call it that. It sounds like some presage of doom. Dark figures move on the beach below, sometimes half shrouded in mist, appearing and disappearing. The fishing boats are racing for home. Rising and dipping in the ground swell as they sweep into the harbor, bending to the scuppers. The whole harbor is busy with that particular urgent quiet of men who know a storm is coming and do not yet know how bad.
Here comes old Mr. Swales. He is making straight for me, and I can see by the way he lifts his hat that he wants to talk.
I have been quite touched by the change in the poor old man. When he sits down beside me, his whole manner is different from the sharp, jesting, sardonic figure I have known these past weeks. He is quieter. He says in a very gentle way,
I want to say something to you, miss.
I can see he is not at ease. So I take his poor old wrinkled hand in mine and ask him to speak fully. He leaves his hand in mine and says,
I'm afraid, my dearie, that I must have shocked you by all the wicked things I've been saying about the dead, and such like for weeks past. But I didn't mean them, and I want ye to remember that when I'm gone. We odd folks that be daffled, and with one foot abaft the crock hool, don't altogether like to think of it, and we don't want to feel scarred of it. And that's why I've took to making light of it, so that I'd cheer up my own heart a bit. But Lord love ye, miss, I ain't afraid of dyin', not a bit. Only I don't want to die if I can help it. My time must be nigh at hand now, for I be odd, and 100 years is too much for any man to expect. And I'm so nigh it that the odd man is already whettin' his scythe. Ye see, I can't get out of the habit of caffin about it all at once. The chaffs will wag as they be used to. Some day soon the angel of death will sound his trumpet for me. But don't ye duel and greet, my dearie?
for he can see that I am crying.
If he should come this very night, I'd not refuse to answer his call. For life be, after all, only a waitin' for somethin' else than what we're doin', and death be all that we can rightly depend on. But I'm content, for it's comin' to me, my dearie, and comin' quick. It may be comin' while we be lookin' and wonderin'. Maybe it's in that wind out over the sea that's bringin' with it loss and wreck and sore distress and sad hearts. Look. Look.
He cries out suddenly, and his old eyes go far away, out across the gray water.
There's something in that wind and in the host beyond that sounds and looks and tastes and smells like death. It's in the air. I feel it comin'. Lord, make me answer cheerful when my call comes.
He holds up his arms devoutly, like a man at prayer. He raises his hat. His lips move. After a few minutes' silence, he gets up. He shakes hands with me and blesses me and says goodbye, and hobbles off into the gray afternoon. It all touches me and upsets me very much. I am still sitting on the bench when the Coast Guard comes along, his spyglass under his arm. He stops to talk, as he always does, but all the time he keeps looking out to sea. Looking at a ship.
I can't make her out, he says. She's a Russian by the look of her. But she's knocking about in the queerest way. She doesn't know her mind a bit. She seems to see the storm coming, but can't decide whether to run up north in the open or to put in here. Look there again. She is steered mighty strangely, for she doesn't mind the hand on the wheel. Changes about with every puff of wind. We'll hear more of her before this time tomorrow.
I look out to where he is looking. There in the gray water is the Russian schooner. All her sails are set white against the darkening sky. She moves strangely, not as a ship moves with a hand on her wheel and a will of her own, but as if she were being driven by something other than the wind. The men on the quay below have noticed her too. I can see them pointing. There is a heaviness in the air tonight, the kind that settles in your chest and will not lift. The sea bell out on the reef is swinging in the swell, and its low, mournful note comes in on the wind. I sit for a long time watching that distant white-sailed ship, not sure why I cannot look away.
later the same night.
I write this by candlelight in our room at the Crescent. Lucy is asleep in the other bed, or seems to be. The key to our door is on its ribbon around my neck. The room is warm. Outside, the wind has begun to rise. I think of old Mr. Swales and his arms raised to the gray sky and his lips moving. I think of the Russian ship changing about with every puff of wind. I think of Jonathan somewhere I cannot picture, in some country I have never been. And I take out my journal and I write. Because there is comfort in the writing. Because the Pitman symbols are small and orderly and take the swirling worry inside me and arrange it into lines. Because this is all I can do tonight, put it down and close the book and press the ribbon between my hands and try to sleep. The wind is louder now. Lucy is very still. I check that the door is locked. It is. We are safe enough here. I tell myself we are safe enough here. Chapter 7. This chapter is a strange one. It does not come to us the way the others did. It does not come as a letter or a diary entry written by hand in a quiet room. It comes as a cutting, a newspaper clipping folded and pressed into Mina's journal. She found it, kept it, saved it. And so I'm going to read it to you now, just as she read it herself. The cutting is from the Daily Graph. 8th of August. From a correspondent. Whitby.
One of the greatest and most sudden storms on record has just been experienced here, with results both strange and unique. The weather had been somewhat sultry, but not to any degree uncommon for the month of August. Saturday evening was as fine as was ever known, and a great number of holiday makers had gone out for the day. To Mulgrave Woods, Robin Hood's Bay, the various trips along the coast. The day was unusually fine until the afternoon. Then some of the old folk who keep their habit of watching from the East Cliff Churchyard, that commanding height above the sea, called attention to a sudden show of mare's tails high in the sky to the northwest. The wind at that hour was blowing from the southwest, mild and easy. But one old fisherman, who for more than half a century has kept watch on weather signs from that same cliff, foretold in an emphatic manner the coming of a sudden storm. The approach of sunset was so very beautiful, so grand in its masses of splendidly colored clouds, that quite an assembly gathered along the cliff-top walk to watch. Before the sun dipped below the black mass of Kettleness standing boldly against the western sky, its downward way was marked by 1,000 clouds of every sunset color. Flame, purple, pink, green, violet, and all the tints of gold. And here and there, masses not large, but of seemingly absolute blackness, in all sorts of shapes, colossal silhouettes cut out against the fire. The wind fell away entirely during the evening. By midnight there was a dead calm, a sultry heat, and that prevailing intensity, that charged stillness which on the approach of thunder affects persons of a sensitive nature. There were few lights visible at sea. Even the coasting steamers, which usually hug the shore, kept well out. The only sail noticeable was a foreign schooner with all sails set, seemingly going westwards. The foolhardiness of her officers was a prolific theme for comment whilst she remained in sight. Efforts were made to signal her, to warn her to reduce sail in the face of the coming danger. Before the night shut down, she was seen drifting gently on the undulating swell, her sails idly flapping, as idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. Shortly before 10 o'clock, the stillness of the air grew quite oppressive. The silence was so marked that the bleating of a sheep inland or the barking of a dog in the town was distinctly heard. The band on the pier, with its lively French air, was like a discord in the great harmony of nature's silence. A little after midnight came a strange sound from over the sea. High overhead, the air began to carry a faint, hollow booming. Then, without warning, the tempest broke. With a rapidity that at the time seemed incredible, the whole aspect of nature was at once convulsed. The waves rose in growing fury, each overtopping its fellow, till in a very few minutes the lately glassy sea was like a roaring and devouring monster. White-crested waves beat madly on the level sands and rushed up the shelving cliffs. Others broke over the piers, and with their spume swept the lanterns of the lighthouses at Whitby harbor. The wind roared like thunder and blew with such force that it was with difficulty even strong men kept their feet, or clung with grim clasp to the iron stanchion. To add to the terror of the night, masses of sea fog came drifting inland. White, wet clouds, which swept by in ghostly fashion, so cold and damp that it needed but little effort of imagination To think the spirits of the lost at sea were touching their living brethren with the clammy hands of death. At times the mist cleared, and the sea for some distance could be seen in the glare of the lightning, which now came thick and fast, followed by such sudden peals of thunder that the whole sky overhead seemed trembling under the shock of the footsteps of the storm. The sea, running mountains high, threw skywards with each wave mighty masses of white foam, which the tempest snatched at and whirled away into space. Here and there a fishing boat with a rag of sail ran madly for shelter before the blast. Now and again, the white wings of a storm-tossed seabird. On the summit of the east cliff, a new searchlight had been readied but not yet tried. The officers in charge of it got it into working order, and in the pauses of the inrushing mist swept with it the surface of the sea. As each fishing boat achieved the safety of the port, guided by that sheltering beam, there was a shout of joy from the crowd on shore. A shout which for a moment seemed to cleave the gale and was then swept away in its rush. Before long, the searchlight discovered, some distance away, a schooner with all sails set. Apparently the same vessel seen earlier in the evening. The wind had by now backed to the east, and there was a shudder amongst the watchers on the cliff as they realized the terrible danger she was in. Between her and the port lay the great flat reef on which so many good ships have suffered, and with the wind blowing from its present quarter, it seemed quite impossible that she should fetch the entrance of the harbor. The schooner, with all sails set, was rushing with such speed that, in the words of one old salt, she must fetch up somewhere, if it was only in hell. Then came another rush of sea fog, a mass of dank gray mist which seemed to close on all things like a pall, and left available to the watchers only the organ of hearing. The roar of the tempest, the crash of the thunder, the booming of the mighty billows, all came through the damp oblivion even louder than before. The searchlight was kept fixed on the harbor mouth across the east pier, where the shock was expected. Men waited, breathless. The wind suddenly shifted to the northeast. The remnant of the sea fog melted in the blast, and then between the piers, leaping from wave to wave as it rushed at headlong speed, swept the strange schooner before the blast with all sail set. She gained the safety of the harbor. The searchlight followed her, and a shudder ran through all who saw. For lashed to the helm was a corpse, with drooping head, which swung horribly to and fro at each motion of the ship. No other form could be seen on deck at all. A great awe came on all as they realized that the ship, as if by a miracle, had found the harbor unsteered save by the hand of a dead man.
The ship did not stop. She swept across the harbor and drove herself up on the sand and gravel at Tate Hill Pier, beneath the East Cliff. There was a great concussion as she struck. Every spar and rope was strained, and some of the rigging came crashing down. And then the strangest thing of all.
The very instant the shore was touched, an immense dog sprang up on deck from below, as if shot up by the concussion, and running forward, jumped from the bow onto the sand, making straight for the steep cliff where the churchyard hangs over the laneway to the east pier. It disappeared in the darkness, which seemed intensified just beyond the focus of the searchlight.
Gone. Into the dark. The Coast Guard on duty ran down to the pier and was the first to climb aboard. The searchlight was turned on the derelict and held there. The Coast Guard ran aft to the wheel, bent over to examine it, and recoiled at once, as though under some sudden emotion. Others came running. The correspondent for the Daily Graph arrived with them, and by the courtesy of the chief boatman was permitted to climb on deck. He was one of a small group who saw the dead captain while still lashed to the wheel.
It was no wonder that the Coast Guard was awed, for not often can such a sight have been seen. The man was simply fastened by his hands, tied one over the other to a spoke of the wheel. Between his inner hand and the wood was a crucifix. The set of beads on which it was fastened being wound around both wrists and wheel, and all kept fast by the binding cords. The poor fellow may have been seated at one time, but the flapping and buffeting of the sails had dragged him to and fro, so that the cords with which he was tied had cut the flesh to the bone. A surgeon who came immediately after declared, after making examination, that the man must have been dead for quite 2 days. In his pocket was a bottle, carefully corked, containing a little roll of paper. It proved to be the addendum to the log. The Coast Guard said the man must have tied up his own hands, fastening the knots with his teeth.
I want to pause here before we read the log. I want you to understand that you are safe. You are warm wherever you are. This is a story told from a great distance. These are voices preserved in paper and ink, the log of a ship long since at rest. I am with you as I read it. The log of the Demeter. Varna to Whitby.
Written 18th of July, things so strange happening that I shall keep accurate note henceforth till we land. July 6th. We finished taking in cargo, silver sand, and boxes of earth. At noon, set sail. East wind, fresh. Crew 5 hands, 2 mates, cook and myself, the captain. July 11th. At dawn entered the Bosphorus, boarded by Turkish customs officers. All correct. Underway at 4 in the afternoon. July of July. Through the Dardanelles. More customs officers and flag boats. They wanted us away quickly. At dark, we passed into the archipelago. July 13th. Past Cape Matapan. Crew dissatisfied about something. Seemed scared but would not speak out. July 14th. Was somewhat anxious about crew. Men all steady fellows who have sailed with me before. Mate could not make out what was wrong. They only told him there was something, and crossed themselves. July 16th. Mate reported in the morning that one of the crew, Petrovsky, was missing. Could not account for it. He took the larboard watch at 8 bells last night, was relieved by Abramov, but did not go to his bunk. Men more downcast than ever. All said they expected something of the kind, but would not say more than that there was something aboard. July 17th. One of the men, Algarin, came to my cabin. In an awe-struck way, he told me he thought there was a strange man aboard the ship. He said that in his watch he had been sheltering behind the deck house as there was a rainstorm when he saw a tall, thin man, not like any of the crew, come up the companionway and go along the deck forward and disappear. He followed cautiously, but when he got to the bows, found no one. The hatchways were all closed. He was in a panic of superstitious fear, and I am afraid the panic may spread. To allay it, I shall today search the entire ship carefully, from stem to stern. Later the same day, I gathered the whole crew and told them, as they evidently thought there was someone in the ship, we would search from stem to stern. The first mate was angry, said it was folly, and to yield to such ideas would demoralize the men. I let him take the helm while the rest of us began a thorough search, keeping abreast with lanterns. We left no corner unsearched. There were only the big wooden boxes, no odd corners where a man could hide. Men, much relieved when the search was over, went back to work cheerfully. July 22nd. Rough weather these last 3 days, and all hands busy with the sails. No time to be frightened. Men seem to have forgotten their dread. Mate cheerful again. Past Gibraltar and out through the straits. All well. July 24th. There seems some doom over this ship. Already a hand short, and entering on the Bay of Biscay with wild weather ahead. And yet last night another man lost. Disappeared. Like the first, he came off his watch and was not seen again. Men all in a panic of fear. Sent a round robin, asking for double watch. They fear to be alone. Mate angry. Fear there will be some trouble. July 28th. 4 days in hell. Knocking about in a sort of maelstrom, and the wind a tempest. No sleep for anyone. Men all worn out. Hardly know how to set a watch, since no one is fit to go on. Second mate volunteered to steer and watch, and let the men snatch a few hours' sleep. Wind abating at last. July 29th. Another tragedy. Had single watch last night, crew too tired to double. When the morning watch came on deck, they found no one except the steersman. Raised outcry. All came on deck. Thorough search. No one found. We are now without the second mate. Crew in panic. Mate and I agreed to go armed henceforth and wait for any sign of cause. July 30th. Last night, rejoiced we are nearing England. Weather fine, all sails set. Retired worn out. Slept soundly. Awoke to the mate telling me that both the man of watch and the steersman are missing. Only myself, the mate, and 2 hands left to work the ship. August 1st. 2 days of fog and not a sail sighted. Had hoped when in the English Channel to be able to signal for help or get in somewhere. Not having power to work sails, have to run before the wind. Dare not lower, as we could not raise them again. We seem to be drifting to some terrible doom. Mate, now more demoralized than either of the men. His stronger nature seems to have worked inwardly against himself. The men are beyond fear, working stolidly and patiently with minds made up to the worst. August 2nd. Midnight. Woke from a few minutes of sleep by hearing a cry seemingly outside my port. Could see nothing in the fog. Rushed on deck. Ran against the mate. He tells me he heard the cry and ran, but there is no sign of the man on watch. One more gone. Lord, help us. Mate says we must be past the Straits of Dover, for in a moment of the fog lifting he saw North Foreland, just as he heard the man cry out. If so, we are now off in the North Sea, and only God can guide us in the fog, which seems to move with us. And God seems to have deserted us. August 3rd. At midnight, I went to relieve the man at the wheel. When I got to it, I found no one there. The wind was steady, and as we ran before it, there was no yawing. I dared not leave the helm. I shouted for the mate. After a few seconds, he rushed up on deck in his flannels. He looked wild-eyed and haggard, and I greatly fear his reason has given way. He came close to me and whispered hoarsely, with his mouth to my ear as though fearing the very air might hear. He said, It is here. I know it now. On the watch last night I saw it, like a man tall and thin and ghastly pale. It was in the boughs, looking out. I crept behind it and gave it my knife, but the knife went through it empty as the air. And as he spoke, he drove his knife savagely into the empty dark. Then he went on, "It is in the hold, perhaps in one of those boxes. I'll unscrew them one by one and see. You work the helm." And with a warning look and his finger on his lip, he went below. I saw him come out on deck again with a tool chest and a lantern and go down the forward hatchway. He is mad. Stark, raving mad. And it is no use my trying to stop him. He cannot hurt those big boxes. They are invoiced as clay. So here I stay and mind the helm and write these notes. I can only trust in God and wait till the fog clears. It is nearly all over now. Just as I was beginning to hope the mate would come out calmer, for I heard him knocking at something in the hold, and work is good for him. There came up the hatchway a sudden startled scream, which made my blood run cold. And up on the deck he came as if shot from a gun. A raging madman, with his eyes rolling and his face convulsed with fear. "Save me," he cried. "Save me." And then he looked round at the blank wall of fog. His horror turned to despair. And in a steady voice, a terrible, quiet voice, he said, "You had better come too, Captain, before it is too late. He is there. I know the secret now. The sea will save me from him, and it is all that is left." Before I could say a word or move forward to seize him, he sprang on the bulwark and threw himself into the sea. I suppose I know the secret too, now. God help me. How am I to account for all these horrors when I get to port? When I get to port, will that ever be? August 4th. Still fog which the sunrise cannot pierce. I know there is sunrise because I am a sailor. Why else I know not. I dared not go below. I dared not leave the helm. So here all night I stayed, and in the dimness of the night I saw it. Him. God forgive me, but the mate was right to jump overboard. It was better to die like a man, to die like a sailor in blue water. No man can object to that. But I am captain, and I must not leave my ship. I shall baffle this fiend. I shall tie my hands to the wheel when my strength begins to fail. And along with them I shall tie that which it, dare not touch. And then, come good wind or foul, I shall save my soul and my honor as a captain. I am growing weaker, and the night is coming on. If he can look me in the face again, I may not have time to act. If we are wrecked, mayhap this bottle will be found, and those who find it may understand. If not, well, then all men shall know that I have been true to my trust. God and the Blessed Virgin and the saints help a poor, ignorant soul trying to do his duty.
That was the last entry. That was what the bottle contained. That was all that was left of the log of the Demeter. The correspondent ends his account on the 9th of August with a note about the cargo. The schooner, it turns out, was a Russian vessel out of Varna. She was almost entirely in ballast, silver sand, with one additional cargo.
A number of great wooden boxes filled with mold. This cargo was consigned to a Whitby solicitor and formally taken possession of the following morning. The Russian consul also attended to the ship's papers and paid all harbor dues. A good deal of interest was also abroad concerning the dog that leaped ashore when the ship struck. More than a few members of the SPCA tried to locate it. To the general disappointment, it was not to be found. It seems to have disappeared entirely from the town. It may be that it was frightened and made its way onto the moors, where it is still hiding in terror. there are some who look with dread on such a possibility. For the creature is evidently a fierce brute. Early this morning, a large half-bred mastiff belonging to a coal merchant near the pier was found dead in the roadway. It had been fighting. Manifestly, it had had a savage opponent. Its throat was torn away, and its belly slit open as if with a savage claw. No trace has ever been found of the great dog, at which there is much mourning, for with public opinion in its present state, it would, I believe, have been adopted by the town. Tomorrow we'll see the captain's funeral, and so will end this one more mystery of the sea.
There the cutting ends. I fold it back along its old creases and set it down. The ship came in. The boxes were unloaded. The dog vanished. And the captain, who had bound himself to the wheel with his own hands and a crucifix pressed into his palms, was lifted down and carried to rest with honor. The people of Whitby gave him a funeral worthy of a hero. Every boat in the harbor followed him up the Esk and back again, and he was buried in the churchyard on the cliff. The same churchyard Mina and Lucy had walked through so many evenings. The same benches. The same view. But on the morning of that funeral, they discovered that one of those benches was no longer empty in quite the same way it had been before. Old Mr. Swales, the fisherman who had talked with Mina on those warm afternoons, the one who had told her the churchyard legend, who had spoken of death with such blunt Yorkshire good humor, was found dead. On his bench, his neck broken, his face fixed in an expression of such fear and horror that the men who found him said it made them shudder. He had seen something in the night. The last thing he ever saw. Now Mina's own journal. 8th of August.
Lucy was very restless all night, and I too could not sleep. The storm was fearful, and as it boomed loudly among the chimney pots, it made me shudder. When a sharp puff came, it sounded like a distant gun. Strangely enough, Lucy did not wake, but she got up twice and dressed herself. Fortunately, each time I woke in time and managed to undress her without waking her and got her back to bed. It is a very strange thing, this sleepwalking. As soon as her will is thwarted in any physical way, her intention, if there be any, disappears. And she yields herself almost exactly to the routine of her life. Early in the morning, we both got up and went down to the harbor to see if anything had happened in the night. There were very few people about, and though the sun was bright and the air clear and fresh, the great grim waves, dark themselves, topped with snow-white foam, forced themselves in through the narrow mouth of the harbor. I felt glad that Jonathan was not on the sea last night. But oh, is he on land or sea? Where is he and how? I am getting fearfully anxious. If I only knew what to do and could do anything.
And so the day turned. The storm passed. The captain was buried. The boxes were taken away to wherever they were going. And that night, the night after the funeral, after old Mr. Swales was found, something changed in the house where Mina and Lucy were sleeping. Mina writes of it only briefly at the close of her entry for the 10th. Not at the time, she didn't know yet. She writes of the funeral, of Lucy being unsettled, of the dog at the churchyard that would not approach the bench and trembled when it was set down on the stone. And then she writes calmly that she thinks it will be best for Lucy to go to bed tired out physically. She plans to take her for a long walk by the cliffs to Robin Hood's Bay and back. She ought not to have much inclination for sleepwalking then. But later, much later in the small hours of the 11th, Mina wakes.
I became broad awake and sat up, with a horrible sense of fear upon me and of some feeling of emptiness around me. The room was dark. I stole across and felt for Lucy's bed. The bed was empty. I lit a match and found she was not in the room. The door was shut, but not locked as I had left it. I feared to wake her mother, who has been more than usually ill lately. So I threw on some clothes and got ready to look for her. As I was leaving the room, it struck me that her clothes might give me some clue to her dreaming intention. Dressing gown would mean she was inside the house. Dress would mean she had gone outside. Dressing gown and dress were both in their places. Thank God, I said to myself. She cannot be far, as she is only in her nightdress. I ran downstairs and looked in the sitting room. Not there, I looked in all the other open rooms of the house, with an ever-growing fear chilling my heart. Finally, I came to the hall door and found it open. Not wide open, but the catch of the lock had not caught.
And there the entry pauses. She goes out into the night to find her. We'll follow her there in the next chapter. But for now, let that be where we stop. The ship is in the harbor. The captain is at rest in the churchyard above. The boxes have been taken away, great wooden boxes filled with the earth of a foreign country. And somewhere out in the dark, a door stands open that had been shut. You don't need to think about any of that now. You are here. You are safe. Whatever is moving out in the story, it cannot reach this room. Let your breath slow. Let the sound of the sea, even that storm's sea, even those white-crested waves become something far away and long ago. A story in a newspaper, a log in a bottle, words on a page kept safe in Mina's journal. You can let it all drift. Let your eyes stay closed. Let the night settle around you. I'll be here. Chapter 8. Mina Murray's journal. The same day, 11 o'clock in the evening.
Oh, but I'm tired. If it were not that I have made this diary a duty, I should not open it tonight. We had a lovely walk today, Lucy and I. She was in gay spirits after a while, owing, I think, to some dear cows who came nosing toward us in a field near the lighthouse and frightened us both half out of our wits. We forgot everything in an instant, everything except the simple panic of two girls and a field of curious cows. And somehow that cleared the air. It wiped the slate clean and gave us a fresh start. We had tea at a sweet little inn at Robin Hood's Bay, a bow window right over the seaweed-covered rocks of the Strand, the kind of place that smells of salt and wood smoke and something baking somewhere you can't quite find. Lucy was laughing, really laughing, her old self, the color high in her cheeks. We walked home slowly, stopping often to rest, watching the light change over the water. Lucy was truly tired by the time we got in, and we intended to creep off to bed as soon as we could. But there was a visitor. The young curate came in, and Mrs. Westenra asked him to stay for supper, and so we stayed up far later than we wished, fighting to keep our eyes open. Now Lucy is asleep and breathing softly, She has more color in her cheeks than usual. She looks so sweet. I really believe she has turned the corner. I think we are through her troubles with the dreaming. I am so happy tonight. If only I knew where Jonathan was. God bless and keep him.
That was the last easy entry in Mina's journal for some time. Because late that same night, or rather very early the next morning, everything changed.
The 11th of August, 3 o'clock in the morning. I am writing because I cannot sleep. I am too agitated. I fell asleep as soon as I had closed my diary, and then suddenly I was broad awake. I sat up, and there was a horrible sense of fear upon me, not a dream fear. Something real. A sense of emptiness. The room was dark. I could not see Lucy's bed. I stole across the room and felt for her. The bed was empty.
I want you to sit with that for a moment. The bed empty, the sheet still warm, the room around it perfectly still.
I lit a match. She was not in the room. The door was shut, but not locked as I had left it. I feared to wake her mother, who has not been well, so I threw on some clothes and got ready to look for her. Before I left, it struck me to check her clothes, her dressing gown, her dress. Dressing gown would mean she had stayed in the house. Dress would mean outside. Both were in their places. Thank God, I thought. She cannot be far. She is only in her nightdress. I ran downstairs. I looked in the sitting room. She was not there. I looked in all the other rooms, one after another, and with every empty room the fear grew colder in my chest. And then I came to the hall door. It was open, not wide open, just unlatched. The lock had not caught. The people of the house are careful to lock the door every night. Lucy must have gone out as she was, into the night, in nothing but her nightgown. I took a big, heavy shawl from the hall and ran out into the street. The clock was striking 1 as I reached the crescent. There was not a soul in sight.
You need to understand what Whitby looks like at that hour. It is a town in 2 halves, divided by the river Esk. On one side, the west cliff, where Mina and Lucy were staying. On the other, the east cliff, rising steep and dark above the harbor, with the ruined Abbey at the top. And below it, the churchyard of St. Mary's, pressed right up against the cliff edge as if it might at any moment slide into the sea. Between the 2 cliffs, the harbor, the bridge, the town sleeping, and above everything, the moon.
I ran along the north terrace but could see no sign of a white figure anywhere. Then I reached the edge of the west cliff above the pier, and I looked across the harbor to the east cliff, to our favorite seat, old Mr. Swales' bench up in the churchyard. There was a bright, full moon. Heavy black clouds were driving across it. Great, slow clouds that threw the whole scene into a moving diorama of light and shadow as they passed. For a moment I could see nothing. A cloud's shadow covered St. Mary's Church and all around it. Then the cloud moved on, and the edge of the moonlight, sharp as a sword cut, moved slowly across the cliff. The ruins of the Abbey came gradually into view. Then the churchyard, then our seat, and there in the silver moonlight, half reclining on the bench, was a figure, snowy white.
I want you to listen carefully to what Mina saw in that first moment. A white figure reclined, and behind the seat something dark bent over it. The cloud moved quickly again. The shadow swallowed the scene before she could see more. But for that one instant she saw something long and dark, and it was bent over the white figure.
I did not wait to look again. I flew down the steep steps to the pier and along by the fish market to the bridge, the only way across to the east cliff. The town was as still as death, not a soul in the streets. I was glad of it. I wanted no witness of poor Lucy's state. But the distance seemed endless. The time seemed endless. My knees trembled and my breath came short as I toiled up the long steps to the Abbey. My feet felt weighted with lead. Every joint felt rusted through. And all the time I was thinking, she is cold. She is in only her nightgown. The air off the sea tonight is sharp. And underneath that thought, another one that I did not let myself think clearly. When I was nearly at the top, I could see the bench. I was close enough now to make it out through the spells of shadow. There was something there, long and black, bent over the half-reclining white figure, still there. I cried out, "Lucy, Lucy." Something raised its head. From where I was running, nearly there I could see a white face and red, gleaming eyes.
And then I was at the entrance to the churchyard. And the church itself was between me and the bench for a moment, just a moment, as I ran through the gate and around. When I came into view again, the cloud had passed. The moonlight fell brilliant and full across the whole churchyard. Lucy was half reclining on the bench, her head lying back over the top of it. She was quite alone. There was not a sign of any living thing about. I want to stay in this moment with you. The churchyard at the top of the east cliff, the gravestones pale in the moonlight, worn smooth by 100 years of sea wind, the grass between them dark and wet from the storm that had passed through. The harbor far below, the lights on the water very small, the whole town silent. And Mina standing there, breathing hard, looking at her friend.
I bent over her. She was still asleep. Her lips were parted, and she was breathing. Not softly as she usually does, but in long, heavy gasps, as if striving to get her lungs full at every breath. As I came close, she put up her hand in her sleep and pulled the collar of her nightdress close around her throat. As she did it, a little shudder passed through her, as though she felt the cold for the first time. I flung the warm shawl over her and drew the edges tight around her neck. I was so afraid of the cold air. She was entirely unclad, the sea wind coming straight in off the water. I fastened the shawl at her throat with a large safety pin. I was clumsy in my anxiety, I think. By and by, when her breathing grew quieter, she put her hand to her throat again and moaned softly. I must have pricked her with the pin. I took off my own shoes and put them on her bare feet. Then I began, very gently, to wake her. At first she did not respond at all. Then gradually she became restless, shifting in her sleep, sighing. I shook her more firmly. At last she opened her eyes. She did not seem surprised to see me. She did not understand all at once where she was. Lucy always wakes prettily, even here, even cold to the bone, even in a churchyard in the dark. She did not lose that grace. She trembled and clung to me. When I told her to come home with me at once, she rose without a word, obedient as a child. As we made our way out of the churchyard, the gravel hurt my bare feet, and Lucy noticed me wince. She stopped and tried to give me back my shoes. I would not take them. When we reached the path outside the gate, there was a puddle left by the storm. I daubed my feet with mud so that if we met anyone, they would not notice I was walking barefoot. We managed it. We got home without meeting a soul except once. A man who seemed not quite steady on his feet, and we waited in a doorway until he had gone. My heart was loud the whole time. I thought sometimes it would give me away before my feet did.
They got inside, they washed their feet, they said a small prayer of thankfulness together. And then Mina tucked Lucy into bed. Before Lucy fell asleep, she asked, implored Mina not to say a word to anyone, not even to her mother. Mina hesitated, but she thought of Mrs. Westenra's health and how the knowledge would frighten her, and she thought how such a story, if it got out, would be twisted by the telling. So she promised. She locked the door and tied the key to her wrist. Lucy was sleeping. The first light of dawn was far over the sea.
Same day. Noon. All seems well. Lucy slept until I woke her, and seemed not to have even changed her position. The adventure of the night does not seem to have harmed her. If anything, she looks better this morning than she has looked for weeks. I noticed my clumsiness with the safety pin had hurt her, though. The skin of her throat was pierced, 2 little red points like pinpricks side by side on the band of her nightdress, a drop of blood, very small. When I apologized, she laughed and patted my hand and said she had not even felt it. Fortunately, it is so tiny it cannot leave a scar.
And so that is what Mina told herself. 2 little marks from the pin. She wrote it down and believed it, because what else was there to believe? The days that followed had a strange suspended quality. Bright days, walks along the cliff, the sea air, music in the evenings, and at night the locked door and the key tied to Mina's wrist.
The 12th of August. My expectations were wrong. Twice during the night I was woken by Lucy trying to get out. She seemed, even in her sleep, a little impatient at finding the door shut. She went back to bed both times under a kind of protest. But she woke brighter than ever this morning. All her old gaiety seemed to have come back. She came and settled in beside me and told me all about Arthur. I told her how anxious I was about Jonathan. She tried to comfort me, and she did, a little. Sympathy cannot change facts, but it can make them softer to carry. The 13th of August. Again I woke in the night. Lucy was sitting up in bed, still asleep, pointing at the window. I got up quietly and drew aside the blind. The moon was brilliant. The sea and sky were merged into one great silent mystery, beautiful beyond words. And between me and the moonlight, a great bat, circling in wide arcs, coming and going. Once or twice it came quite close to the glass. Then it flitted away across the harbor toward the Abbey. When I came back from the window, Lucy had lain down again and was sleeping peacefully. She did not stir again all night. The 14th of August. We spent the afternoon on the east cliff. The setting sun was dropping behind Kettleness, throwing red light over the old abbey, everything bathed in rose. We were standing at the top of the steps from the west pier, looking at the view as we always do. Lucy went quiet. Then she murmured, almost to herself, his red eyes again. They are just the same.
I turned gently so as not to seem to stare. She was in a half-dreamy state. Her eyes were fixed on something across the way on our seat in the churchyard. There was a dark figure seated on the bench. For just an instant, I thought I saw great eyes burning like flames. But it was only the light, the red sunlight catching the windows of St. Mary's Church behind the seat. As the sun dipped, the reflection shifted, and for just a moment it seemed as though the light moved. I called Lucy's attention to it quietly. She came back to herself with a small start, but she looked sad. We never speak of that night in the churchyard, so I said nothing and we went home. That evening she leaned out at the window in her sleep. I saw her from below, her head against the sill, her eyes closed. Something sat beside her on the ledge, a shape in the moonlight that I took for a large bird. When I ran up, she was already moving back to her bed, still asleep, breathing heavily, her hand at her throat. I tucked her in and secured the window. She looks so sweet as she sleeps, but she is paler than her usual self, and there is a drawn, tired look under her eyes that I do not like. The 17th of August. I have not written for 2 days. I have not had the heart. Some kind of shadow seems to be coming over everything. No word from Jonathan, and Lucy is growing weaker. I do not understand it. She eats well, she sleeps or seems to. She enjoys the fresh air, and yet the roses in her cheeks are fading day by day. She is more languid, more tired. At night I hear her sometimes gasping, as if for air. I keep the key tied to my wrist, but she still gets up and walks the room. She sits at the window. Last night I found her leaning out when I woke. I could not rouse her at first. When she finally came back to herself, she was as weak as water, and she cried silently between long, difficult breaths. When I asked her how she had come to be at the window, she shook her head and turned away. She did not know, or could not say. I looked at her throat just now as she lay asleep, the 2 small marks from that night. They have not healed. If anything, they seem larger. The edges are faintly white, like little white dots with red centers. I have told myself it was the pin. I have told myself that over and over. If they do not heal within a day or 2, I shall insist on seeing a doctor.
The 18th of August. I am writing this sitting in the churchyard on the very bench where I found her. Lucy is ever so much better today. She slept well all night and did not disturb me once. Some color is coming back into her cheeks, though she is still pale. She is in gay spirits, full of life. We came up here this morning, and Lucy sat down quite cheerfully and tapped the stone slab with the heel of her boot. She laughed and said that her poor little feet had made no noise at all that night. Then she looked at me sideways. She said that perhaps old Mr. Swales would have told her it was because she had not wanted to wake up Geordie. She seemed to want to talk about it, so I asked her had she dreamed that night. She got that sweet, thoughtful look she has, and was quiet for a moment. Then she said in a half-dreaming way, "I didn't quite dream. It all seemed real. I only wanted to be here in this spot. I don't know why, though I was afraid of something. I don't know what. I remember passing through the streets and over the bridge, though I suppose I was asleep. A fish leaped as I went by, and I leaned over to look at it. I heard a lot of dogs howling. The whole town seemed as if it must be full of dogs, all howling at once as I went up the steps. Then I had a vague memory of something long and dark, with red eyes, and something very sweet and very bitter all around me at once. And then I seemed to be sinking into deep green water. There was a singing in my ears. I have heard there is a singing like that for drowning men. And then everything seemed to be passing away from me. My soul seemed to go out from my body and float about the air. I remember that the West Lighthouse was right under me for a moment, and then a feeling agonizing as if there were an earthquake, and then I came back and found you shaking me. I saw you do it before I felt you.
Then she laughed. She laughed, and the sound of it was a little strange in that place. I did not tell her what I was thinking. I only listened and then steered us gently onto other things, and Lucy was like her old self again for the rest of the morning. But I kept thinking about it, sinking into green water, a singing in the ears, the soul going out from the body. I thought about it for a long time.
The 19th of my, the 19th of the night. Joy, though not entirely joy, at last news of Jonathan. The dear fellow has been ill. That is why he has not written. I am not afraid to think it or say it now that I know. Mr. Hawkins has sent me the letter from the hospital and written himself oh so kindly. I am to go to Jonathan in the morning, to Budapest, to the hospital of St. Joseph and St. Mary, to help to nurse him if needed and to bring him home. Mr. Hawkins says it would not be a bad thing if we were to be married out there. I have cried over the good sister's letter until I can feel it wet against my chest where I have pressed it. It is of Jonathan, and it must be next to my heart, because he is in my heart.
The letter read as follows.
Dear Madam, I write by desire of Mr. Jonathan Harker, who is himself not strong enough to write. Though he is progressing well, thanks be to God and St. Joseph and St. Mary. He has been under our care for nearly 6 weeks, suffering from a violent brain fever. He wishes me to convey his love and to say that by this same post I am writing to Mr. Peter Hawkins in Exeter to say, with his dutiful respects, that he is sorry for his long delay and that all of his work is completed. He will require some few weeks' rest in our sanatorium in the hills, but will then return. He wishes me to say that he has not sufficient money with him, and that he would like to pay for his staying here so that others who are in need shall not be deprived. Believe me yours with sympathy and all blessings, Sister Agatha. And there is a postscript. My patient being asleep, I open this to let you know something more. He has told me all about you, and that you are shortly to be his wife. All blessings to you both. He has had some fearful shock, so says our doctor, and in his delirium his ravings have been dreadful. Of wolves and poison and blood, of ghosts and demons, and I fear to say of what else. Be careful with him always, let nothing excite him of this kind for a long time to come. The traces of such an illness do not lightly pass away. We should have written long ago, but we knew nothing of his friends. There was nothing on him that anyone could understand. He came in on the train from Klausenburg, and the station master there told the guard that he had rushed into the station shouting for a ticket for home. Seeing from his manner that he was English, they gave him a ticket for the furthest station on the way that the train reached. Be assured that he is well cared for. He has won all hearts here by his sweetness and gentleness. He is truly getting on well, and I have no doubt will be himself again in a few weeks. But be careful of him. For safety's sake, be careful. There are, I pray God and Saint Joseph and St. Mary, many, many happy years for you both.
Mina read that letter until she had it nearly by heart. Brain fever, 6 weeks, delirium, wolves and blood and things she feared to name. He had come to the train station at Klausenburg alone, shouting for a ticket home. Whatever had happened to him in those last weeks in the East, he had not wanted to write it down. He had not been able to. But he was alive. He was being cared for, and she was going to him in the morning.
I am packing now. Only one change of dress. Lucy will keep my trunk in London and send it on when I write. My journey is all mapped out. I must not write more tonight. I am keeping the rest of what I want to say for Jonathan himself. The letter that he has seen and touched must comfort me until we meet.
But there was one thing that troubled Mina as she packed. Lucy. Lucy growing paler, the marks on her throat that would not heal, the nightly vigils, the window, the reaching arms, the gasping. And now Mina was leaving. She went to Mrs. Westenra before she slept that night and sat with her a while. She did not tell her about the churchyard. She had promised Lucy she would not. But she made her promise, gently and firmly, to watch over Lucy while she was gone, to make sure her window was fastened at night, to send word if anything seemed wrong. Mrs. Westenra promised. She was tired and pale herself and spoke softly. Mina did not know, she could not know, that Mrs. Westenra had her own news she was keeping close, her own private silence. The doctor had told her what was coming for her. Her heart. There were secrets in that house, stacked like closed rooms. That last night in Whitby, Mina lay awake a long time. She could hear the sea, the sound it always made. High up here, a low, constant murmur. She could hear the town below settling into quiet, a dog barking somewhere far off, and then silence. The key was tied to her wrist, as always. She watched Lucy sleeping. You have to understand, if you were watching from the doorway, from where I am now, telling you this, you would see Mina watching her friend. Lucy's face so pale in the moonlight, the soft rise and fall of her chest, her lips slightly parted, her hand resting near her throat. And at some point in the night, Mina noticed Lucy's arms were rising slowly in her sleep, reaching toward the window. The gesture of someone being called, or of someone who wants to go somewhere desperately and does not know why. Mina got up and sat on the edge of Lucy's bed and laid a hand on her arm, gently, just enough weight to anchor her. Lucy stilled, her breathing deepened, the arms came down. Mina sat there for a long time, her hand on her friend's arm, the key on her wrist, the moon moving across the sky outside the window. She thought about what she was leaving. She thought about Jonathan in a hospital bed in Budapest, waking in the mornings not sure where he was. She thought about Sister Agatha's letter, the ravings and the delirium, the things she had feared to name. She thought about the figure in the churchyard, the white face, the red eyes, and then nothing, as if it had dissolved back into the dark. She had told herself the marks were from the pin. She had written it down and let herself believe it. But now, in the last dark hours before she had to leave, with her hand on Lucy's arm and the sound of the sea below them both, she was not so sure.
I leave in the morning. My bags are packed. My tickets are in order. The letter from Sister Agatha is folded close against my heart. I have kissed Lucy good night, and she smiled in her sleep. She is still so lovely even now, even pale, even tired in some way that goes deeper than ordinary tiredness. I have told myself she will be all right. Mrs. Westenra will watch over her. The sea air will restore her, and I will write, and she will write back. And when I return with Jonathan, she will be herself again. laughing, full of color, talking about Arthur and the wedding. I have told myself all of this. I have written it down now, so perhaps it will be true.
Mina left on the morning of the 19th, and Lucy stayed. In the house by the sea, in the room with the window that looked out over the harbor and the east cliff and the dark shape of the Abbey against the sky. Each morning she came down to breakfast a little paler than the day before. Each night she turned in her sleep toward the window, toward the moonlight, her arms reaching slowly, steadily, as if she were being called from somewhere she could not name and could not resist. And the two small marks at her throat, side by side, still there, still open. Still, if anything, growing. Chapter 9. Letters and Journals. In this chapter, the voices multiply. There are letters sent across great distances. There are private diary entries written by trembling hands in the quiet hours before sleep. And through all of them runs a single thread, the slow, steady feeling that something is wrong. We begin with a letter. Mina has left Whitby. She has traveled across the sea to find Jonathan. I can feel the urgency in every line she writes. I can feel how much she loves him.
Letter Mina Harker to Lucy Westenra, Budapest, the 24th of August. My dearest Lucy, I know you will be anxious to hear all that has happened since we parted at the railway station at Whitby. I got to Hull all right and caught the boat to Hamburg and then the train on here. I feel that I can hardly recall anything of the journey except that I knew I was coming to Jonathan. I found my dear one oh so thin and pale and weak-looking. All the resolution has gone out of his dear eyes, and that quiet dignity which I told you was in his face, it has vanished. He is only a wreck of himself, and he does not remember anything that has happened to him for a long time past. At least he wants me to believe so, and I shall never ask. He has had some terrible shock, and I fear it might tax his poor brain if he were to try to recall it. Sister Agatha, who is a good creature and a born nurse, tells me that he raved of dreadful things whilst he was off his head. I wanted her to tell me what they were, but she would only cross herself and say she would never tell. That the ravings of the sick were the secrets of God, that if a nurse through her vocation should hear them, she should respect her trust. She is a sweet, good soul, and the next day when she saw I was troubled, she opened up the subject again. She said she could never mention what my poor dear raved about, but she added, "I can tell you this much, my dear, it was not about anything which he has done wrong himself. You, as his wife-to-be, have no cause to be concerned. He has not forgotten you or what he owes to you. His fear was of great and terrible things which no mortal can treat of. I do believe the dear soul thought I might be jealous, lest my poor dear should have fallen in love with some other girl. The idea of my being jealous about Jonathan. And yet, my dear Lucy, let me whisper, I felt a thrill of joy through me when I knew that no other woman was a cause of trouble. I am now sitting by his bedside, where I can see his face while he sleeps. He is waking.
I close my eyes for a moment and sit with that image. Mina, in the white stillness of a hospital room, watching the man she loves breathe. Waiting.
When he woke, he asked me for his coat, as he wanted to get something from the pocket. I asked Sister Agatha, and she brought all his things. I saw that amongst them was his notebook. I was going to ask him to let me look at it, for I knew then that I might find some clue to his trouble. But I suppose he must have seen my wish in my eyes, for he sent me over to the window, saying he wanted to be quite alone for a moment. Then he called me back, and when I came, he had his hand over the notebook, and he said to me, very solemnly, "Wilhelmina." I knew then that he was in deadly earnest, for he has never called me by that name since he asked me to marry him. You know, dear, my ideas of the trust between husband and wife. There should be no secret, no concealment. I have had a great shock, and when I try to think of what it is, I feel my head spin round. I do not know if it was all real or the dreaming of a madman. You know I have had brain fever, and that is to be mad. The secret is here, and I do not want to know it. I want to take up my life here with our marriage. Are you willing, Wilhelmina, to share my ignorance? Here is the book. Take it and keep it. Read it if you will, but never let me know, unless indeed some solemn duty should come upon me to go back to the bitter hours, asleep or awake, sane or mad, recorded here. He fell back, exhausted, and I put the book under his pillow and kissed him.
You can hear it, can't you? The weight of that moment. Jonathan, handing over something he cannot bear to hold Mina, receiving it, neither of them knowing what it contains, and yet trusting each other.
I have asked Sister Agatha to beg the Superior to let our wedding be this afternoon, and I am waiting her reply. She has come and told me that the chaplain of the English Mission Church has been sent for. We are to be married in an hour or as soon after as Jonathan awakes.
And so, in a room in a hospital in Budapest, In the afternoon light of late August, they are married.
Lucy, the time has come and gone. I feel very solemn, but very, very happy. Jonathan woke a little after the hour, and all was ready. He sat up in bed, propped up with pillows. He answered his "I will" firmly and strongly. I could hardly speak. My heart was so full that even those words seemed to choke me. The dear sisters were so kind. Please God, I shall never, never forget them, nor the grave and sweet responsibilities I have taken upon me. When the chaplain and the sisters had left me alone with my husband, oh, Lucy, it is the first time I have written the words "my husband." Left me alone with my husband. I took the book from under his pillow. I wrapped it up in white paper and tied it with a little bit of pale blue ribbon, the ribbon that had been round my neck, and I sealed it over the knot with sealing wax, and for my seal I used my wedding ring. Then I kissed it and showed it to my husband and told him that I would keep it so, and that it would be an outward and visible sign for us all our lives that we trusted each other, that I would never open it unless it were for his own dear sake or for the sake of some stern duty. Then he took my hand in his, and oh, Lucy, it was the first time he took his wife's hand. And he said that it was the dearest thing in all the wide world, that he would go through all the past again to win it, if need be. Well, my dear, what could I say? I could only tell him that I was the happiest woman in all the wide world, that I had nothing to give him except myself, my life, and my trust, and that with these went my love and my duty for all the days of my life. And, my dear, when he kissed me and drew me to him with his poor weak hands, it was like a very solemn pledge between us.
I have read that passage many times. There is something about it that holds still, the ribbon, the sealing wax, the wedding ring pressed into warm wax over a secret neither of them will read until they must. And I noticed something else. Mina says nothing about how Jonathan looks, not yet, but she will. Later, when the relief has settled and she can see him clearly, she notices that his hair has gone white at the temples. Not gray white. Whatever Jonathan saw in whatever place he was kept, it aged him. But that is for later. For now, there is only this, the two of them, together. The late afternoon light, the quiet room, the sisters gone. Hold that warmth for a moment, if you would. Because the letters that follow are different in tone.
Letter, Lucy Westenra to Mina Harker, Whitby, the 30th of August. My dearest Mina, oceans of love, and millions of kisses, and may you soon be in your own home with your husband. I wish you could be coming home soon enough to stay with us here. The strong air would soon restore Jonathan. It has quite restored me. I have an appetite like a cormorant. I am full of life and sleep well. You will be glad to know that I have quite given up walking in my sleep. I think I have not stirred out of my bed for a week. Arthur says I am getting fat. He tells me that he loves me more than ever. There he is, calling to me. So no more just at present from your loving Lucy. P.S. We are to be married on the 28th of September.
Full of life, good appetite, sleeping well, and yet something in me reads those words with a small, quiet unease, because I know what comes next. And because Lucy's diary tells a different story.
Lucy Westenra's diary, Hillingham, the 24th of August. I must imitate Mina and keep writing things down. I wonder when I will see her again. I wish she were with me, for I feel so unhappy. Last night I seemed to be dreaming again, just as I was at Whitby. Perhaps it is the change of air or getting home again. It is all dark and horrid to me, for I can remember nothing, but I am full of vague fear, and I feel so weak and worn out. When Arthur came to lunch, he looked quite grieved when he saw me, and I hadn't the spirit to try to be cheerful. 25th of August. Another bad night. I tried to keep awake and succeeded for a while, but when the clock struck 12, it woke me from a doze. There was a sort of scratching or flapping at the window. I did not mind it. And as I remember no more, I suppose I must have fallen asleep. More bad dreams. I wish I could remember them. This morning I am horribly weak. My face is ghastly pale, and my throat pains me. It must be something wrong with my lungs, for I don't seem ever to get air enough. I shall try to cheer up when Arthur comes, or else I know he will be miserable to see me so.
Something scratching at the window. Bad dreams she cannot remember. A throat that pains her, a face grown pale. And between her letter to Mina and her private diary, two entirely different girls. The Lucy who writes to Mina is bright and full and alive. The Lucy who writes to herself is frightened. We all do this, I think, the face we show the people we love, and the truth we only admit when no one is reading. The weeks pass, and Arthur Holmwood grows frightened enough to act.
Letter, Arthur Holmwood to Dr. Seward, Albemarle Hotel, the 31st of August. My dear Jack, I want you to do me a favor. Lucy is ill. That is, she has no special disease, but she looks awful and is getting worse every day. I have asked her if there is any cause. I do not dare to ask her mother, for to disturb the poor lady's mind in her present state of health would be fatal. Mrs. Westenra has confided to me that her doom is spoken disease of the heart, though poor Lucy does not know it yet. I am sure that there is something preying on my dear girl's mind. I am almost distracted when I think of her. To look at her gives me a pang. I told her I should ask you to see her, and though she demurred at first, she finally consented. You are to come to lunch at Hillingham tomorrow, 2 o'clock after lunch. Lucy will take an opportunity of being alone with you. Do not fail, Arthur.
Dr. Seward goes. He is a young physician, brilliant, thoughtful, and he was, not long ago, in love with Lucy himself. She chose Arthur, and Seward accepted that with dignity, the way some men do when they understand that love is not a competition. Now he comes to help her, not as a former suitor, as a doctor and a friend.
Letter, Dr. Seward to Arthur Holmwood, the 2nd of September. My dear old fellow, with regard to Miss Westenra's health, I hasten to let you know at once that in my opinion there is not any functional disturbance or any malady that I know of. At the same time, I am not by any means satisfied with her appearance. She is woefully different from what she was when I saw her last. I found Miss Westenra in seemingly gay spirits. Her mother was present, and in a few seconds I made up my mind that she was trying all she knew to mislead her mother to prevent her from being anxious. We lunched together, and as we all exerted ourselves to be cheerful, we got as some kind of reward for our labors some real cheerfulness amongst us. Then Mrs. Westenra went to lie down, and Lucy was left with me. As soon as the door was closed, the mask fell from her face. She sank down into a chair with a great sigh, and hid her eyes with her hand. She said to me very sweetly, "I cannot tell you how I loathe talking about myself." I reminded her that a doctor's confidence was sacred. She caught on to my meaning at once and settled the matter in a word. "Tell Arthur everything you choose. I do not care for myself, but all for him." I could easily see that she is somewhat bloodless, but I could not see the usual signs of simple anemia. By a chance, a cord gave way on a stiff window, and she cut her hand slightly with the broken glass. A slight matter in itself, but it gave me an evident chance. I secured a few drops of the blood and analyzed them. The analysis gives a quite normal condition. It shows, I should infer, a vigorous state of health. And yet, she complains of difficulty in breathing, heavy, lethargic sleep, dreams that frighten her but which she cannot remember. She told me that as a child she used to walk in her sleep, and that when she was in Whitby the habit came back, that once she walked out in the night and went to the East Cliff. She assures me that of late the habit has not returned. I am in doubt, and so I have done the best thing I know of. I have written to my old friend and master Professor Van Helsing of Amsterdam, who knows as much about obscure diseases as anyone in the world. I have asked him to come over. Let me tell you something of this man, so that you may understand why I place my trust in him so completely. Van Helsing is a philosopher and a metaphysician, one of the most advanced scientists of his day. He has, I believe, an absolutely open mind. This with an iron nerve, a temper of the ice brook, an indomitable resolution, and the kindliest and truest heart that beats, these form his equipment for the noble work he is doing for mankind. Work both in theory and in practice, for his views are as wide as his all-embracing sympathy. I tell you these facts that you may know why I have such confidence in him. I have asked him to come at once. Yours always, John Seward.
An iron nerve, a temper of the ice brook, the kindliest and truest heart that beats. Seward does not exaggerate. He is writing to Arthur, a man who is terrified for the woman he loves, and he wants Arthur to know help is coming, real help, the best he knows. And Van Helsing's reply comes quickly, very quickly.
Letter Abraham Van Helsing to Dr. Seward, September 2nd. My good friend, when I have received your letter, I am already coming to you. By good fortune, I can leave just at once, without wrong to any of those who have trusted me. Were fortune other than it were bad for those who have trusted, for I come to my friend when he calls me to aid those he holds dear. Tell your friend that when that time you sucked from my wound so swiftly the poison of the gangrene from that knife that our other friend, too nervous, let slip, you did more for him then, when he wants my aid and you call for it, than all his great fortune could do. But it is pleasure added to do for him, your friend. It is to you that I come. Have then rooms for me at the Great Eastern Hotel so that I may be near to hand, and please arrange that we may see the young lady not too late on tomorrow. But if need be, I shall come again in 3 days, and stay longer if it must. Till then, goodbye, my friend John. Van Helsing.
I find that letter quietly remarkable. It is the letter of a man who does not waste time, who does not write long explanations or demand more information before he acts. He reads his friend's worry and he comes. He is already coming. And he brings with him something that may matter more than any medical degree, an open mind. an absolutely open mind. And so the chapter closes with three currents moving at once. Somewhere in Budapest, Jonathan and Mina, newly married, the sealed journal wrapped in white paper and pale blue ribbon, lying between them like a promise. At Hillingham, Lucy growing thinner, paler, writing cheerful letters in the morning, writing frightened ones to herself at night. The window that scratches, the dreams that will not be remembered, the throat that pains her. And from Amsterdam, a great man already on his way, Professor Abraham van Helsing, a philosopher, a metaphysician, a doctor. A man with an open mind and an iron will. He does not yet know what he is coming to face, but he is coming. Chapter 10. I am going to stay close to you tonight. I want you to feel that. Close your eyes if they are not already closed. Let your hands settle. Let your shoulders drop. We are still in Whitby, still in that late summer world of sea air and quiet correspondence and long, uneasy afternoons. But something has shifted. Lucy is unwell. Truly unwell now. And into this story, into this room, into this quiet alarm, a man is about to arrive. His name is Van Helsing, and nothing will be quite the same after him.
The 7th of September. Dr. Seward's diary. The first thing Van Helsing said to me when we met at Liverpool Street was this: "Have you said anything to our young friend, the lover of her?" "No," I said. "I waited till I had seen you, as I said in my telegram. I wrote him a letter simply telling him that you were coming, as Miss Westenra was not so well, and that I should let him know if need be." "Right, my friend," he said. "Quite right. Better he not know as yet. Perhaps he shall never know. I pray so."
I want you to picture Van Helsing for a moment. He is not a young man. He is broad across the shoulders, with eyebrows like low storm clouds, and a jaw that does not yield. But his eyes are kind. Careful and kind, the way a craftsman's eyes are kind, they see exactly what is in front of them. And when he speaks precisely. He does not rush. He does not panic. But you can feel underneath the steadiness that he knows something. Something that he is not yet ready to say aloud.
He took Seward's arm as they walked. "You deal with the madmen," Van Helsing said. "All men are mad in some way or other." And inasmuch as you deal discreetly with your madmen, so deal with God's madmen too, the rest of the world. You tell not your madmen what you do, nor why you do it. You tell them not what you think. So you shall keep knowledge in its place, where it may rest, where it may gather its kind around it, and breed. Seward pressed him. Why not tell me now? It may do some good. We may arrive at some decision. Van Helsing stopped. He looked at his former student for a long moment. Then he said, "My friend John, when the corn is grown, even before it has ripened, while the milk of its mother earth is in him, and the sunshine has not yet begun to paint him with his gold, the husbandman pulls the ear and rubs him between his rough hands and blows away the green chaff. And he says to you, look, he is good corn. He will make good crop when the time comes. The good husbandman tells you so then because he knows, but not till then. But you do not find the good husbandman dig up his planted corn to see if it grow. That is for the children who play at husbandry. I have sown my corn, he said, and nature has her work to do. I wait till the ear begins to swell.
There is something in that image I keep returning to. The patience of it, the trust in a process you cannot rush. Van Helsing understood something that most people forget. That knowledge, real knowledge, does not arrive all at once. It comes in slow increments. You have to let it. He turned to Seward one last time before they reached the house.
You were always a careful student, he said, and your casebook was ever more full than the rest. Remember, my friend, that knowledge is stronger than memory, and we should not trust the weaker. This case of our dear Miss is one that may be, mind, I say, may be of such interest to us and others that all the rest may not make him kick the beam. Take then good note of it. Nothing is too small. Put down in record even your doubts and surmises. Hereafter it may be of interest to you to see how true you guess. We learn from failure, not from success.
They arrived at Hillingham. Lucy's mother met them at the door, anxious, but not nearly as alarmed as Seward had feared. There is a mercy in that, he thought. Some protective instinct in her, some gentle numbness that kept the worst of it at a distance. He was grateful for it. And then they went upstairs. And Seward saw her.
If I was shocked when I saw her yesterday, he wrote, I was horrified when I saw her today. She was ghastly, chalkily pale. The red seemed to have gone even from her lips and gums, and the bones of her face stood out prominently. Her breathing was painful to see or hear. Van Helsing's face grew set as marble. His eyebrows converged till they almost touched over his nose. Lucy lay motionless. She did not seem to have strength to speak. For a while we were all silent.
Van Helsing said nothing in that room. He took in everything, the color of her skin, the shape of her breathing, the angle of her hands on the coverlet. Then he beckoned Seward into the corridor. He closed the door behind them, and the steadiness dropped from his voice.
"My God," he said, "this is dreadful. There is no time to be lost. She will die for sheer want of blood to keep the heart's action as it should be. There must be transfusion of blood at once. Is it you or me? I am younger and stronger, Professor," Seward said. "It must be me." "Then get ready at once. I will bring up my bag. I am prepared."
But then something happened. A knock at the hall door, and Arthur Holmwood stepped in. He had read between the lines of Seward's letter. He had come without being asked. He was pale himself, his hat still in his hand, his eyes carrying the particular anguish of a young man who loves someone and cannot fix what is wrong.
"Jack, I was so anxious," he said in an eager whisper. "I read between the lines of your letter and have been in an agony. Is not that gentleman Dr. Van Helsing? I am so thankful to you, sir, for coming." Van Helsing looked at him, looked at his shoulders and his youth and the fine health in him, and his eyes changed. "Sir, you have come in time," he said gravely. "You are the lover of our dear Miss. She is bad, very, very bad." Arthur went pale and sank into a chair. "Nay, my child, do not go like that," the old professor said. "You are to help her. You can do more than any that live, and your courage is your best help." "What can I do?" Arthur said hoarsely. "Tell me, and I shall do it. My life is hers, and I would give the last drop of blood in my body for her." Van Helsing let a small warmth enter his voice. "My young sir," he said, "I do not ask so much as that, not the last.
And here is what I love about Van Helsing in this moment. He is frightened too. I am sure of it. He has seen what he has seen, and he knows what it means, or he suspects, and the suspicion is its own kind of dread. But he does not let Arthur feel that. He gives him something to do. He gives him purpose instead of panic. That is its own kind of kindness.
Come, Van Helsing said, slapping Arthur on the shoulder. You are a man, and it is a man we want. Young Miss is bad, very bad. She wants blood, and blood she must have or die. My friend John and I have consulted, and we are about to perform what we call transfusion of blood to transfer from full veins of one to the empty veins which pine for him. John was to give his blood, as he is the more young and strong than me, but now you are here. You are more good than us, old or young, who toil much in the world of thought. Our nerves are not so calm, and our blood not so bright as yours. Arthur looked at him steadily. If you only knew how gladly I would die for her, he said, you would understand. He stopped. Something caught in his voice. Good boy, said Van Helsing. In the not so far off you will be happy that you have done all for her you love. Come now and be silent. You shall kiss her once before it is done, but then you must go at my sign.
They went upstairs together. Arthur waited outside the door while Van Helsing prepared. Lucy opened her eyes when they came in. She did not speak. She was too weak to speak. But her eyes held everything she would have said. Van Helsing gave her a gentle narcotic. Now, little miss, he said in that voice that was so much softer than his face, here is your medicine. Drink it off like a good child. See, I lift you so that to swallow is easy. Yes. He held her. She drank. And he waited beside her until the medicine took hold and the flickering behind her eyelids slowed and stilled. Then he called Arthur in. And quietly, while Seward turned away, Arthur bent over her and kissed her.
He is so young, Van Helsing said softly, and of blood so pure we need not defibrinate it.
The operation was swift, precise. Seward watched Arthur's face as it went on, the flush of will in it, the color slowly draining, the joy that kept shining through the growing pallor. And Lucy's face, the slow, impossible return of something pink, something living, something like warmth coming back to a cold room. Van Helsing stood with his watch in his hand and his eyes moving between them. Not rushing. Knowing exactly how long. Knowing exactly when to stop.
Do not stir an instant, he said at last. It is enough. You attend him. I will look to her.
When it was over, Arthur could barely stand. Seward dressed the wound on his arm and helped him toward the door. Van Helsing spoke without turning around. Seward always marveled at that, the way the old man seemed to have eyes in the back of his head.
The brave lover, he said, I think deserve another kiss, which he shall have presently. And as he adjusted the pillow under Lucy's head, he paused. The narrow band of black velvet around her throat had shifted. He saw what was beneath it. Arthur did not notice. But Seward heard Van Helsing's breath, that sharp indrawn hiss, that rare betrayal of emotion. Now take down our brave young lover, the professor said quietly. Give him of the port wine, and let him lie down a while. He must then go home and rest, sleep much and eat much, that he may be recruited of what he has so given to his love. You have saved her life this time. Go home and rest easy in mind that all that can be is goodbye.
When Arthur had gone, Seward went back to the room. Lucy slept. Her breathing was stronger now. He could see the coverlet rise and fall. Van Helsing sat beside her, watching her intently. Seward loosened the velvet band at her throat. 2 punctures, small, not large, but not wholesome looking. The edges were white and worn as though whatever had made them had been there before.
What do you make of that mark on her throat? Seward asked. What do you make of it? Van Helsing replied. I have not examined it yet, Seward said. Well, I can make nothing of it. The professor stood up. I must go back to Amsterdam tonight, he said. There are books and things there which I want. You must remain here all the night, and you must not let your sight pass from her. We are the best nurses, you and I. You keep watch all night. See that she is well fed and that nothing disturbs her. I shall be back as soon as possible, and then we may begin. May begin? Seward said. What on earth do you mean? We shall see, he answered. He was almost out the door. Then he turned back. One hand on the door frame, one finger raised in warning. Remember, she is your charge. If you leave her and harm befall, you shall not sleep easy hereafter.
Seward did not sleep. He sat beside her through the whole long night. And here is what the diary says.
She never stirred, he wrote, but slept on and on in a deep, tranquil, life-giving, health-giving sleep. Her lips were slightly parted, and her breast rose and fell with the regularity of a pendulum. There was a smile on her face. It was evident that no bad dreams had come to disturb her peace of mind.
I want you to hold that for a moment. That image of sleep without fear. The pendulum breath. The small smile. Let your own breath find that rhythm now if it wants to. In and out. Slow and easy. No dreams to fear here. The next day came, and Lucy woke differently. She woke with color in her cheeks. She woke with something like herself in her eyes.
The 9th of September. Dr. Seward's diary. Lucy was up and in cheerful spirits, he wrote. When she shook hands with me, she looked sharply in my face and said, "No sitting up tonight for you. You are worn out. I am quite well again, indeed I am, and if there is to be any sitting up, it is I who will sit up with you."
That is Lucy. Even exhausted, even still pale at the edges, she saw that Seward was tired, and she thought of him first. She brought him to supper. She found him a room near hers with a fire already burning. She made him promise she would call if she needed him. Then she let him rest. And she wrote in her own diary that night.
Lucy Westenra's diary. The 9th of September. I feel so happy tonight. I have been so miserably weak that to be able to think and move about is like feeling sunshine after a long spell of east wind out of a steel sky. Somehow Arthur feels very, very close to me. I seem to feel his presence warm about me. I suppose it is that sickness and weakness are selfish things, and turn our inner eyes and sympathy on ourselves, whilst health and strength give love rein, and in thought and feeling he can wander where he wills. I know where my thoughts are, if Arthur only knew. My dear, your ears must tingle as you sleep, as mine do waking. Oh, the blissful rest of last night, how I slept with that dear, good Dr. Seward watching me. And tonight I shall not fear to sleep, since he is close at hand and within call. Thank everybody for being so good to me. Thank God. Good night, Arthur.
The 10th of September. Van Helsing was back. Seward heard him before he saw him, that careful hand on his shoulder, waking him from the sofa where he had finally let himself drift off. "And how is our patient?" "Well, when I left her," Seward said, "or rather when she left me." They went together into the room. Seward raised the blind. Morning light flooded in across the bed.
I heard the professor's low hiss of inspiration, Seward wrote, and knowing its rarity, a deadly fear shot through my heart. There on the bed, seemingly in a swoon, lay poor Lucy, more horribly white and wan-looking than ever. Even the lips were white. Van Helsing raised his foot to stamp in anger, but the instinct of his life and all the long years of habit stood to him, and he put it down again softly. "Quick," he said, "bring the brandy."
How does this keep happening? That is what Seward cannot explain. The room is watched. The doors are closed. There are no wounds, nothing that could account for the blood she is losing. And yet she is drained again. As though something is at work in the small hours of the morning that the lamp cannot reach. Van Helsing did not waste time on the question. He had already reached for his bag.
"It is not too late," he said. "It beats, though, but feebly. All our work is undone. We must begin again. There is no young Arthur here now. I have to call on you yourself this time, friend John."
Seward did not hesitate. He took off his coat. He rolled up his sleeve. And when it was done, when the faint color had crept back into Lucy's lips, and Van Helsing had raised his warning finger, Seward felt it. Not just the physical weakness of what had been taken, but something deeper.
"No man knows," he wrote, "till he experiences it, what it is to feel his own life blood drawn away into the veins of the woman he loves.
Van Helsing wrapped the wound. He sent Seward downstairs for wine. And as Seward was leaving, the professor came after him and spoke quietly.
Mind, nothing must be said of this. If our young lover should turn up unexpected, as before, no word to him. It would at once frighten him and enjealous him too. There must be none so.
That word stayed with Seward. Enjealous him. Van Helsing had his own way with language, sometimes halting, sometimes oddly precise, sometimes arriving at the exact right word from a direction no one expected. Seward rested. He tried to think clearly. What illness requires a blood transfusion? What illness leaves 2 small wounds on a throat that no one can explain? What illness responds to nothing, yields to nothing, and keeps returning in the night? He fell asleep on the sofa wondering. And he was still wondering when he woke. Later that evening, Van Helsing returned to the room and said simply,
"Now you go home and eat much and drink enough. Make yourself strong. I stay here tonight, and I shall sit up with little miss myself. You and I must watch the case, and we must have none other to know. I have grave reasons." "No, do not ask them. Think what you will. Do not fear to think even the most not probable. Good night."
"Do not fear to think even the most not probable." I have turned that sentence over many times. He is not asking Seward to abandon reason. He is asking him to enlarge it. To make room in his careful, ordered, medical mind for something that does not yet have a name. That takes courage. In its own quiet way, that takes as much courage as anything else in this story. September 11th. Seward arrived at Hillingham to find Van Helsing in good spirits and Lucy much improved. And then a large parcel arrived from abroad. Van Helsing opened it with ceremony. Inside, a great bundle of white flowers.
"These are for you, Miss Lucy," he said, holding them out with a small bow. "For me? Oh, Dr. Van Helsing." "Yes, my dear, but not for you to play with. These are medicines." Lucy made a face. "Nay, but they are not to take in a decoction or in nauseous form, so you need not snub that so charming nose. Or I shall point out to my friend Arthur what woes he may have to endure." He smiled at her. "Aha, my pretty miss, that brings the so nice nose all straight again. This is medicinal, but you do not know how. I put him in your window. I make pretty wreath and hang him round your neck so that you sleep well. Oh yes, they like the lotus flower make your trouble forgotten. It smells so like the waters of Lethe, and of that fountain of youth that the conquistadores sought for in the Floridas and find him all too late.
Lucy turned the flowers in her hands, smelled them, then looked up with half laughter and half disgust.
Oh, Professor, I believe you are only putting up a joke on me. Why, these flowers are only common garlic?
Van Helsing did not smile. he stood up, and his whole face changed.
"No trifling with me," he said, and his voice had an iron in it now that Seward had not heard before. "I never jest. There is grim purpose in all I do, and I warn you that you do not thwart me. Take care for the sake of others, if not for your own." Then he saw Lucy's face, the fear in it, and his voice softened at once. "Oh, little miss, my dear, do not fear me. I only do for your good, but there is much virtue to you in those so common flowers. See, I place them myself in your room. I make myself the wreath that you are to wear. But hush, no telling to others that makes so inquisitive questions. We must obey, and silence is a part of obedience, and obedience is to bring you strong and well into loving arms that wait for you. Now sit still a while. Come with me, friend John, and you shall help me deck the room with my garlic, which is all the way from Haarlem, where my friend Vanderpool raises herb in his glass houses all the year. I had to telegraph yesterday, or they would not have been here.
The two of them went into the room together. And this is where Van Helsing became, in Seward's careful, rational, recorded memory, something harder to categorize. He fastened up the windows, latched them securely. Then he took a handful of the garlic flowers and rubbed them along every sash, every sill, so that each breath of air that crept in would carry the smell with it. He rubbed the jamb of the door, above, below, at each side, all around the fireplace. The room began to fill with that sharp, earthy, overwhelming scent. Seward watched. And then, carefully, he said,
"Well, Professor, I know you always have a reason for what you do, but this certainly puzzles me. It is well we have no skeptic here, or he would say that you are working some spell to keep out an evil spirit." Van Helsing did not look up. He was already plaiting the garlic into a wreath, his thick hands surprisingly deft. "Perhaps I am," he said quietly.
"Perhaps I am." 3 words. And in those 3 words, everything Seward had built his professional life on. Observation, evidence, the clean, logical architecture of cause and effect began very gently to shake. He did not say so in his diary. He recorded what happened. He described the room. He noted the smell. But the shake was there. You can feel it between the sentences. That night, Lucy prepared for bed. When she was settled, Van Helsing came to her and placed the wreath of garlic around her neck himself. Gently, like something important, like something that mattered.
"Take care you do not disturb it," he said, "and even if the room feel close, do not tonight open the window or the door." "I promise," Lucy said, "and thank you both 1,000 times for all your kindness to me. Oh, what have I done to be blessed with such friends?"
As they left in the carriage, Van Helsing leaned back and let out a long breath.
"Tonight I can sleep in peace," he said, "and sleep I want 2 nights of travel, much reading in the day between, and much anxiety on the day to follow, and a night to sit up without to wink. Tomorrow in the morning early you call for me and we come together to see our pretty miss, so much more strong for my spell which I have work. Ho, ho!"
Seward listened to that quiet laugh, and he remembered his own confidence just 2 nights before when he had sat by Lucy's bedside and believed she was safe. When he had been certain the worst was past. When he had been wrong. He did not say anything. He held the unease inside him like unshed tears, as he wrote later, exactly like that. Unshed tears. And so the night closed in. The windows were shut. The garlic wreath lay around Lucy's throat. The air in her room was dense and strange and oddly safe. Van Helsing, who knew more than he had told anyone, was sleeping at last, after his long journey. Seward was trying to trust, and Arthur at home was resting without knowing any of it. The marks on Lucy's throat were covered again by the velvet band. Small. White at the edges. Not wholesome looking. But tonight, for now, the room held. Tonight, the spell held. And what comes next? We will read together another time. For now, let the story rest. Let it settle into the dark like those garlic flowers settling on the sill. Strange comfort, but comfort nonetheless. Let your breathing slow. Let your thoughts go quiet. You are safe here. You are watched over. And there is nothing in the night that can reach you. Chapter 11. The flowers were meant to protect her. That is what I keep coming back to. Not the wolf, not the broken glass, not the thing that came in through the dark. The flowers. Let me tell you how it happened.
Lucy writes in her diary, September 12th. She writes it late, before sleep. She writes it while the garlic is still fresh around her. How good they all are to me. I quite love that dear Dr. Van Helsing. I wonder why he was so anxious about these flowers. He positively frightened me. He was so fierce. And yet, he must have been right, for I feel comfort from them already. Somehow, I do not dread being alone tonight, and I can go to sleep without fear. Oh, the terrible struggle that I have had against sleep, so often of late, the pain of the sleeplessness, or the pain of the fear of sleep, with such unknown horrors as it has for me. How blessed are some people, whose lives have no fears, no dreads, to whom sleep is a blessing that comes nightly and brings nothing but sweet dreams. Well, here I am tonight, hoping for sleep, lying like Ophelia in the play, with virgin krantz and maiden struments. I never liked garlic before, but tonight it is delightful. There is peace in its smell. I feel sleep coming already. Good night, everybody.
She sleeps. For one night she sleeps without fear. The next morning, Van Helsing and Dr. Seward arrive early at Hillingham. The light is clean and bright. The leaves are beginning to turn, amber and gold at the edges. Everything looks like a morning that cannot contain bad news. In the hallway, they meet Mrs. Westenra coming out of the morning room. She rises early, always. She is a small woman, warm and certain of herself, and she smiles when she sees them. She is glad they have come. She has something to tell them.
You will be glad to know that Lucy is better. The dear child is still asleep. I looked in on her but did not go in. I did not wish to disturb her. Van Helsing smiles. He rubs his hands together. Aha, I thought I had diagnosed the case. My treatment is working. And Mrs. Westenra, gentle, kind, all innocence, says, "You must not take all the credit to yourself. Dr. Lucy's state this morning is due in part to me."
Seward watches Van Helsing's face as she speaks. He will remember it for the rest of his life.
"Well," she says pleasantly, "I was anxious about the dear child in the night, and I went into her room. She was sleeping so soundly that even my coming did not wake her. But the room was awfully stuffy. There were a lot of those horrible, strong-smelling flowers about everywhere, and she had actually a bunch of them round her neck. I feared that the heavy odor would be too much for the dear child in her weak state, so I took them all away. and opened a little of the window to let in fresh air. She smiles. You will be pleased with her, I am sure.
She goes into her boudoir. The door closes softly behind her. And the moment she is gone, Van Helsing takes Seward by the arm, pulls him into the dining room, closes the door. Seward writes,
Then, for the first time in my life, I saw Van Helsing break down. He raised his hands over his head in a sort of mute despair, then beat his palms together helplessly. Finally, he sat down on a chair and, putting his hands before his face, began to sob, loud, dry sobs that seemed to come from the very racking of his heart. Then he raised his arms again, as though appealing to the whole universe. God, God, God. What have we done? What has this poor thing done that we are so sore beset? This poor mother, all unknowing, all for the best as she thinks, does such a thing as to lose her daughter body and soul. And we must not tell her. We must not even warn her, or she will die, and then both will die. Oh, how we are beset. How are all the powers of the devils against us?
Think about that for a moment. A mother went into her daughter's room in the middle of the night because she was worried, because she loved her. She saw the garlic flowers heaped on the windowsills, draped around her daughter's neck, heavy and strange smelling in the closed air. And she thought, this cannot be good for her. She thought, I will make this better. She gathered the flowers, opened the window, went back to bed, satisfied. She had no way to know. She had no way to know that the flowers were the only barrier standing between Lucy and the dark. That by removing them she had opened a door. Van Helsing cannot tell her. The shock might kill her. Her heart is weak and the doctors know it. So he smiles at her in the hallway. He holds the door open for her. He watches her go. And then, alone with Seward, he falls apart. They go upstairs. They draw up the blind. And there is Lucy, waxen pale, still. The same awful pallor as before, worse perhaps. Van Helsing looks at her for a long moment. Then he goes to the door and locks it. He begins to lay out the instruments on the small table. Another transfusion. Again.
As I expected, he murmurs. Seward starts to roll up his sleeve. Van Helsing stops him. No. Today you must operate. I shall provide. You are weakened already. He takes off his own coat, rolls up his own sleeve, and again the operation is performed. Again the narcotic, again the slow return of color to her cheeks, again the steadying of her breathing.
When it is done, Van Helsing finds a moment to speak quietly with Mrs. Westenra. He tells her gently and firmly that the flowers must not be removed, that they are medicinal, that the breathing of their scent is part of the treatment. She nods, she understands, she is sorry she had only meant to help. He tells her it is all right. He smiles at her. He tells her he will stay and watch. Later in the afternoon, Lucy wakes bright and seemingly rested, almost herself. Seward writes in his diary,
What does it all mean? I am beginning to wonder if my long habit of life amongst the insane is beginning to tell upon my own brain.
"4 days pass.
Lucy writes on the 17th of September. 4 days and nights of peace. I am getting so strong again that I hardly know myself. It is as if I had passed through some long nightmare and had just awakened to see the beautiful sunshine and feel the fresh air of the morning around me. I have a dim half remembrance of long anxious times of waiting and fearing, darkness in which there was not even the pain of hope to make present distress more poignant, and then long spells of oblivion and the rising back to life as a diver coming up through a great press of water. Since Dr. Van Helsing has been with me, all this bad dreaming seems to have passed away. The noises that used to frighten me out of my wits, the flapping against the windows, the distant voices which seemed so close to me, the harsh sounds that came from I know not where and commanded me to do I know not what, all ceased. I go to bed now without any fear of sleep. I do not even try to keep awake. I have grown quite fond of the garlic. A boxful arrives for me every day from Haarlem. Tonight, Dr. Van Helsing is going away. He has to be in Amsterdam for a day, but I need not be watched. I am well enough to be left alone. Thank God for Mother's sake, and dear Arthur's, and for all our friends who have been so kind. I shall not even feel the change, for last night Dr. Van Helsing slept in his chair a good deal of the time. I found him asleep twice when I woke, but I did not fear to go to sleep again. Although the boughs or bats or something flapped almost angrily against the window panes,
almost angrily. She hears it, she writes it down, and she goes to sleep anyway. She trusts the garlic, she trusts the flowers, she trusts that Van Helsing has protected her. But Van Helsing is gone. And Seward receives a telegram, but it is delayed, sent to the wrong county, delivered a full day late. So on the night of the 17th of September, Lucy is alone.
She writes a memorandum. She writes it because she is afraid. She writes it so that no one will get into trouble through her. I feel I am dying of weakness and have barely strength to write, but it must be done if I die in the doing. I went to bed as usual, taking care that the flowers were placed as Dr. Van Helsing directed, and soon fell asleep. I was woken by the flapping at the window, the flapping that began after that sleepwalking on the cliff at Whitby, which I now know so well. I was not afraid, but I did wish that Dr. Seward was in the next room, as Dr. Van Helsing had said he would be, so that I might have called him. I tried to go to sleep, but could not. Then there came the old fear of sleep, and I determined to keep awake. Perversely, sleep would try to come then, when I did not want it so. As I feared to be alone, I opened my door and called out, "Is there anybody there?" There was no answer.
She stands at the door of her own room in the dark, calling into an empty hallway. No answer comes. She goes back inside, closes the door.
Then outside in the shrubbery I heard a sort of howl, like a dog's but more fierce and deeper. I went to the window and looked out, but could see nothing, except a big bat which had evidently been buffeting its wings against the glass. So I went back to bed, but determined not to sleep. Presently the door opened, and Mother looked in. Seeing by my moving that I was not asleep, she came in and sat by me. She said to me, even more sweetly and softly than her wont, "I was uneasy about you, darling, and came to see that you were all right."
There she is again. Her mother coming to her in the night because she loves her, because she cannot rest for worrying. Lucy fears she might catch cold sitting up. She asks her to come into bed, to lie beside her. And her mother does. She doesn't take off her dressing gown. She says she will only stay a while. They lie together in the dark, the mother and the daughter, holding each other.
As she lay there in my arms and I in hers, the flapping and buffeting came to the window again. She was startled and a little frightened. She cried out, "What is that?" I tried to pacify her, and at last succeeded, and she lay quiet. But I could hear her poor dear heart still beating terribly. After a while there was the low howl again, out in the shrubbery. And shortly after, there was a crash at the window. A lot of broken glass was hurled on the floor. The window blind blew back with the wind that rushed in. And in the aperture of the broken panes there was the head of a great gaunt gray wolf.
His name was Berserker. He had escaped from the zoological gardens earlier that same evening, a gray wolf from Norway, kept in a cage for 4 years. Well behaved, the keeper said, never any trouble. Until a tall man with red eyes and white gloves came to stand at his cage, until something called to him from outside the garden walls. His cage was found empty just before midnight, the bars bent outward like paper. And now he is here, his great gray head filling the broken window of Lucy's room, his eyes catching the faint light.
Mother cried out in a fright and struggled up into a sitting posture and clutched wildly at anything that would help her. Amongst other things, she clutched the wreath of flowers that Dr. Van Helsing had insisted on my wearing round my neck and tore it away from me.
Even in that moment, even reaching for anything to hold, anything solid in her terror. Her hand found the garlic wreath and she pulled it away. Not knowing what she was doing, not knowing that the wreath was the last thing standing between her daughter and the dark.
For a second or two she sat up, pointing at the wolf, and there was a strange and horrible gurgling in her throat. Then she fell over, as if struck with lightning, and her head hit my forehead and made me dizzy. The room and all round seemed to spin. I kept my eyes fixed on the window, but the wolf drew his head back, and a whole myriad of little specks seemed to come blowing in through the broken window, wheeling and circling round, like the pillar of dust that travelers describe when there is a simoon in the desert. I tried to stir, but there was some spell upon me. And dear mother's poor body, which seemed to grow cold already, for her dear heart had ceased to beat, weighed me down. And I remembered no more for a while.
Her heart had ceased to beat. The shock of it, the wolf, the crash, the terror, it was too much. Her heart was already weak, and in that one moment it gave out. She died there in her daughter's bed, beside the child she had come to comfort. She died not knowing what she had done, not knowing about the garlic, not knowing what came through the dark each night to find her daughter. She died simply frightened and loving her girl. When Lucy comes back to herself, she writes,
Somewhere near a passing bell was tolling. The dogs all round the neighborhood were howling, and in our shrubbery, seemingly just outside, a nightingale was singing. I was dazed and stupid with pain and terror and weakness, but the sound of the nightingale seemed like the voice of my dead mother come back to comfort me.
She is alone. She sends the maids to the dining room for a glass of wine. She can hear them frightened outside her door. They need steadying. But when she goes to find them, they are all lying on the floor, all four of them, unconscious. Someone has drugged the sherry. The decanter smells of laudanum.
What am I to do? What am I to do? I am back in the room with Mother. I cannot leave her. I am alone save for the sleeping servants whom someone has drugged. Alone with the dead. I dare not go out, for I can hear the low howl of the wolf through the broken window. The air seems full of specks, floating and circling in the draught from the window, and the lights burn blue and dim. What am I to do? God shield me from harm this night. I shall hide this paper in my breast, where they shall find it when they come to lay me out. My dear mother gone, it is time that I go too. Goodbye, dear Arthur, if I should not survive this night. God keep you, dear, and God help me.
She folds the paper. She puts it inside her nightgown, against her skin. And she sits in that room, with her mother's body covered by a sheet, with the wind coming through the broken window, with something circling in the cold air. She waits for morning. Or for whatever comes before it. Morning comes. Seward's diary, the 18th September.
I drove at once to Hillingham and arrived early. Keeping my cab at the gate, I went up the avenue alone. I knocked gently and rang as quietly as possible. After a while, finding no response, I knocked and rang again. Still no answer. I cursed the laziness of the servants, for it was now 10 o'clock, and so rang and knocked again, but still without response. Hitherto I had blamed only the servants, but now a terrible fear began to assail me. Was this desolation but another link in the chain of doom which seemed drawing tight around us? Was it indeed a house of death to which I had come too late?
He walks around the house, every window locked, every door fastened. Then he hears hoofbeats on the road outside, fast, a cab pulling hard. And Van Helsing comes running up the avenue.
Then it was you, and just arrived. How is she? Are we too late? Did you not get my telegram? Seward tells him the telegram arrived this morning, a whole night lost. Van Helsing raises his hat. He says quietly, "Then I fear we are too late. God's will be done." Then, with effort, he gathers himself. "Come, if there be no way open to get in, we must make one. Time is all in all to us now."
They break in through a kitchen window. They find the servants on the floor of the dining room, still breathing, the laudanum wearing off. They leave them. They go upstairs.
How shall I describe what we saw? On the bed lay two women, Lucy and her mother. The latter lay farthest in. She was covered with a white sheet, the edge of which had been blown back by the draught through the broken window, showing the drawn white face with a look of terror fixed upon it. By her side lay Lucy, with face white and still more drawn. The flowers which had been round her neck we found upon her mother's bosom, and her throat was bare, showing the two little wounds which we had noticed before, but looking horribly white and mangled.
Lucy had placed the flowers on her mother herself after it was over, a small, exhausted act of love. Van Helsing bends over the bed, his ear almost to her chest, listening. Then he leaps to his feet.
"It is not yet too late. Quick, quick, bring the brandy."
She is alive. Barely. But alive. They work fiercely. They warm her. They revive the maids to help. They carry Lucy to a warm bath and chafe her limbs until color begins to return. But she has lost too much. Again. She needs another transfusion, and Seward is exhausted. Van Helsing is exhausted. They stand in the dining room, the blinds down, the room dim and quiet, and Van Helsing asks,
"What are we to do now? Where are we to turn for help? We must have another transfusion of blood, and that soon, or that poor girl's life won't be worth an hour's purchase." "You are exhausted already. I'm exhausted too. What are we to do?" A voice comes from the sofa in the corner, quiet, steady. What's the matter with me, anyhow?
Quincy Morris. He had come because Arthur Holmwood sent word. No news from Seward. Terrible anxiety. Please go and see. Quincy came without hesitation. Arrived to find a locked house. Forced his way in through the scullery. Found the dining room and waited. Van Helsing crosses the room to him, takes his hand, looks him in the eye.
A brave man's blood is the best thing on this earth when a woman is in trouble. You're a man and no mistake. Well, the devil may work against us for all he's worth, but God sends us men when we want them.
And so Quincy Morris lies down on the couch and rolls up his sleeve and gives what he has to give. It is the 4th time Lucy has needed this. The blood of 4 men now runs in her veins. Her body does not respond as it has before. The struggle back to life is frightful to witness. Her heart labors. Her lungs fight for each breath. But slowly, slowly, she comes back. Van Helsing watches over her while Seward and Quincy go downstairs. When Lucy wakes that afternoon, her eyes find Van Helsing first, then Seward, and she understands in the looking around the room what has happened.
She put her poor thin hands before her pale face. We both understood what that meant, that she had realized to the full her mother's death. So we tried what we could to comfort her. She wept silently and weakly for a long time. We told her that either or both of us would now remain with her all the time, and that seemed to comfort her.
Don't leave me. That is what she cannot say. That is what she means when she looks at them with those exhausted eyes. Don't leave me alone in the dark. Something comes for me at night. I know it does. I have known it for weeks in the way you know things in sleep, not clearly, but certainly. And now there is no one left to protect me but you. They stay. They take turns through the night. But the night is long. And Seward, exhausted, blood drained, having watched for so many nights, falls asleep in his chair. He cannot help it. His body simply gives way. And in the morning, when the light comes back, Lucy is worse again. Seward writes on the 19th of September.
All last night she slept fitfully, being always afraid to sleep, and something weaker when she woke from it. When the day came, its searching light showed the ravages in poor Lucy's strength. She was hardly able to turn her head. The little nourishment which she could take seemed to do her no good. At times she slept, and both Van Helsing and I noticed the difference in her between sleeping and waking. Whilst asleep, she looked stronger, although more haggard, and her breathing was softer. Her open mouth showed the pale gums drawn back from the teeth, which thus looked positively longer and sharper than usual. When she woke, the softness of her eyes evidently changed the expression, for she looked her own self, although a dying one.
Longer, sharper. Something is happening to her, not only the dying, something else. Something is remaking her slowly, night by night. The wounds on her throat have widened, the marks Van Helsing first noticed weeks ago, 2 small points, close together. They are not healing. They are growing. Arthur arrives that evening. The sun is setting, red and warm, and it fills the room with color, more color than Lucy's face has held in weeks. When he sees her, he cannot speak. She rallies for him, a little brightness comes back. She talks to him. She is glad he is there. But even as they speak, the fits of sleep come more and more frequently. The pauses between them shrink. She is being pulled towards something, and she knows it.
Seward writes, I fear that tomorrow will end our watching, for the shock has been too great. The poor child cannot rally. God help us all.
I sit with that for a moment. I think about Lucy in that room, her mother's body downstairs, Arthur beside her, his hand in hers, the light fading outside. She is 20 years old. And she has been fighting this thing, whatever it is, since Whitby, since the night she walked in her sleep to the cliff edge and something found her there. She has fought it with flowers, with garlic, with the love of the people who sit up through the night to watch over her. She has fought it even without knowing what it was she was fighting. And she is losing. The marks on her throat have widened. The teeth are sharper now in sleep. And the gap between who she is, warm, frightened, Lucy Westenra, who loves Arthur and writes to Mina and lays flowers on her mother's breast, and what she is becoming. That gap is closing. Night after night something comes for her. Night after night it takes a little more. And now Van Helsing paces and Seward watches, and Arthur holds her hand, and outside, Quincy Morris walks the perimeter of the house all night long. Because they will not let her go without a fight. Not yet. Not yet. Chapter 12. Dr. Seward's diary. I want to settle in with you now, to sit quietly and let this chapter come to us together. It is not an easy one, but it is a chapter that deserves to be told in full, and told gently.
The 18th of May.
Seward drove to Hillingham early. He kept his cab at the gate and walked up the avenue alone. He knocked. He rang. No answer. He knocked again, more firmly, and then again. Still nothing.
He had blamed the servants at first, blamed their laziness, their carelessness. but now a different fear began to move through him. Was this a house of death to which he had come too late?
He walked around the house, trying every window, every door, all locked, all fastened. And then he heard the rapid sound of a horse at the gate, Van Helsing running up the avenue.
Then it was you, and just arrived. How is she? Are we too late?
They had to break in through a kitchen window, a surgical saw through the bars, a knife against the latch. Inside the house, silence. In the dining room, 4 servants lay on the floor breathing but insensible. Laudanum, someone had drugged them.
Van Helsing looked at Seward. We can attend to them later.
They climbed to Lucy's room. They paused at the door. No sound from within. They opened it.
On the bed lay 2 figures. Mrs. Westenra was gone, her face fixed in an expression of terror, a white sheet drawn over her. Lucy lay beside her. Her face was white and drawn. The flowers that had been at her throat had been placed on her mother's chest. Lucy's own throat was bare.
Van Helsing bent over her, his face almost touching her chest, and then he listened. He leapt to his feet.
It is not yet too late. Quick, bring the brandy.
There was life still in her, a faint, frail thread, but it was there. Van Helsing rubbed brandy at her lips, her wrists, the palms of her hands. The servants were roused and set to work. Fires stoked, hot water drawn. Lucy was carried to a warm bath and her limbs chafed back toward warmth. Seward had never seen the professor work with such ferocity. He told him as much, that it was a fight against death itself. Van Helsing answered quietly, and the words stayed in the air.
If that were all, I would stop here where we are now and let her fade away into peace, for I see no light in life over her horizon.
And yet he did not stop. He worked on harder, if anything, with his face set and his hands steady. Lucy's heart began to beat again faintly, her lungs moved.
Van Helsing looked up. The first gain is ours. Check to the king.
They moved her to a prepared room, settled her into bed, and gave her drops of brandy. She was still unconscious, worse than she had been before. Now Van Helsing's face changed, not softer, but troubled. He stood in the hall and spoke quietly.
We must have another transfusion, and soon, or that poor girl's life won't be worth an hour's purchase. You are exhausted already. I'm exhausted too. What are we to do? Where are we to find someone who will open his veins for her?
And then a voice came from across the room, from the sofa.
What's the matter with me, anyhow?
Quincy Morris. He had come after receiving Arthur's telegram, 3 days without word from Seward, and Arthur too far away to leave his own father's deathbed. Quincy had come himself. Van Helsing crossed to him and looked him straight in the eye.
A brave man's blood is the best thing on this earth when a woman is in trouble. You're a man and no mistake. Well, the devil may work against us for all he's worth, but God sends us men when we want them.
And so for the 3rd time in as many weeks, blood was given. Seward does not linger over the details. He says only that Lucy's body did not respond as it had before. Her struggle back toward life was something frightful to see and hear. But she steadied. Her heart steadied. Van Helsing gave her morphia, and she slipped into a deep sleep. Later, after the servants had been seen to, after the death certificate for Mrs. Westenra had been signed and taken to the registrar, Seward returned to Lucy's room. He found Van Helsing sitting by the bed with sheets of paper in his hand, a memorandum that had fallen from Lucy's breast when they carried her to the bath. Van Helsing's face held a grim, settled look, the look of a man who has found the answer to a question he had hoped to be wrong about.
Seward stood watching him. In God's name, what does it all mean? Was she or is she mad, or what sort of horrible danger is it?
Van Helsing folded the paper and put it away.
Do not trouble about it now. Forget it for the present. You shall know and understand it all in good time, but it will be later.
When Lucy woke that afternoon, her first movement was to reach for the paper. Van Helsing had replaced it carefully, and her eyes went to both of them with a look of relief. Then she understood where she was, and she understood what it meant. Her mother was gone. She put her thin hands over her pale face and wept, softly, weakly, for a long time. Toward dusk, she fell into a doze, and while she slept, Seward watched something strange. Without waking, still deep in sleep, she reached for the paper at her breast and began to tear it. Van Helsing stepped over and took the pieces from her hands, but she went on with the tearing motion, her fingers moving against nothing. And then she lifted her open hands and scattered what was no longer there. Van Helsing's brow gathered in thought. He said nothing.
The 19th of
All through that night, Lucy had slept fitfully, always afraid to go under, always a little weaker when she surfaced. Van Helsing and Seward took turns at her side, never leaving her alone. When daylight came, it showed plainly what the darkness had been doing. She could barely turn her head. The small nourishment she could take seemed to do no good at all. In sleep, she looked strange, stronger, and yet more haggard, her breathing softer, but her face altered in a way that troubled both of them. Awake, she was herself again, her eyes soft and clear and sad, but she was dying. Everyone in that room knew it. In the afternoon, she asked for Arthur. They sent a telegram. Quincy went to the station to meet him. Arthur arrived near 6 o'clock. The setting sun was warm and red, and its light came in through the window and touched Lucy's pale cheeks with color. When he saw her, he could not speak. None of them could. But she rallied when he came. She lifted herself a little and spoke to him more brightly than she had in days. He pulled himself together too, and spoke cheerfully for her sake. They made the best of the time they had.
It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Seward was writing his diary at Lucy's phonograph. Arthur and Van Helsing were sitting with her. He wrote, "I fear that tomorrow will end our watching, for the shock has been too great. The poor child cannot rally. God help us all." The 20th of September.
Only habit and resolution allowed Seward to write that night. He said he was too miserable, too sick of the world, to care about anything, including life itself. He had relieved Van Helsing in the early hours of the morning. He had persuaded Arthur to go and rest, not for his own sake, but for Lucy's, who would need them both the next day. Van Helsing had taken Arthur gently.
Come, my child, come with me. You are sick and weak and have had much sorrow and much pain. You must not be alone, for to be alone is to be full of fears. Come, there is a big fire in the drawing room and 2 sofas. You shall lie on one and I on the other. Our sympathy will be comfort, even though we do not speak, even though we sleep.
Arthur went, casting one long look back at Lucy where she lay in the pillow, her face almost whiter than the linen. Seward sat with her alone. The room smelled of garlic, the window sashes packed with it, a rough chaplet of the flowers around Lucy's neck over the silk handkerchief Van Helsing had asked her to keep. Lucy breathed stertorously, her mouth was slightly open, and in the uncertain light Seward noticed, not for the first time, and tried not to look. Her canine teeth seemed longer and sharper than they had been. Sometime in the night there came a dull flapping at the window, a great bat circling in the full moonlight, striking the glass now and then with its wings. When Seward returned from the window, he found that Lucy had moved. She had torn the garlic flowers from her throat. He replaced them as gently as he could and sat down again. In the long hours that followed, Lucy passed back and forth between sleeping and waking many times, and he noticed something that fixed itself in his mind. When she was awake, truly awake herself, she pressed the garlic flowers close to her. When she fell into the deeper, stranger sleep, she pushed them away, every time. As if 2 different natures were passing through her, one at war with the other. At 6 o'clock, Van Helsing came to relieve him. He took one look at Lucy's face and drew a sharp breath between his teeth.
Draw up the blind, I want light.
He bent over her, his face close to hers, and examined her carefully. He lifted the handkerchief from her throat. He stepped back.
Mein Gott.
The wounds on her throat had disappeared, not healed in any natural way, simply gone. For 5 full minutes, Van Helsing stood looking down at her, his face utterly still. Then he turned to Seward, and his voice was calm, steady.
She is dying. It will not be long now. It will be much difference, mark me, whether she dies conscious or in her sleep. Wake that poor boy. Let him come and see the last. He trusts us, and we have promised him.
Seward went to the drawing room and woke Arthur. He was dazed for a moment, saw sunlight at the edges of the shutters, and thought he was late. Then Seward told him as gently as he could that the end was near. Arthur covered his face with his hands. He knelt beside the sofa 1 minute, perhaps his shoulders shaking, his head bowed. Then Seward took him by the hand and raised him up.
Come, my dear old fellow. Summon all your fortitude. It will be best and easiest for her.
When they came into the room, they saw what Van Helsing had quietly done. He had tidied everything, straightened the room, made it as peaceful as it could be. He had even brushed Lucy's hair so that it lay across the pillow in its familiar sunny waves. When Lucy heard Arthur come in, she opened her eyes, and her voice soft herself said,
Arthur, Oh, my love, I am so glad you have come.
He bent toward her. Van Helsing's hand came up.
No, not yet. Hold her hand, it will comfort her more.
Arthur took her hand. He knelt beside the bed. And Lucy looked at him, all the soft lines of her face matching the beauty of her eyes, and gradually, gently, her eyes closed. Her breath came and went like a tired child's, soft, light, easy. And then the change came, the strange, slow change that both Seward and Van Helsing had been watching for. Her breathing grew heavier, her mouth opened slightly, and her eyes, half opening, were dull where they had just been soft. And in a voice that was not quite Lucy's, too smooth, too voluptuous, too slow, she said,
Arthur, oh, my love, I am so glad you have come. Kiss me.
Arthur leaned toward her. Van Helsing moved like a man half his age, both hands to Arthur's collar, dragging him back, hurling him bodily across the room.
Not for your life, not for your living soul and hers.
He stood between them. Arthur, stunned, did not move. He understood some part of him understood, and he stood still and waited. Seward watched Lucy's face. A shadow of something rage, perhaps, passed across it. Her teeth came together sharply. Then her eyes closed and her breathing steadied. After a moment, she opened her eyes again, and now they were soft, hers. She reached out her thin, pale hand and found Van Helsing's, the rough, large hand of an old man who had spent his whole night at her side, and she drew it to her lips.
My true friend, and his, oh, guard him, and give me peace.
Van Helsing knelt beside her. He lifted his hand as a man takes an oath.
I swear it.
Then he stood and turned to Arthur and said quietly,
Come, my child, take her hand, kiss her on the forehead and only once.
Their eyes met instead of their lips, and so they parted. Lucy's eyes closed. Van Helsing, watching closely, drew Arthur gently back. Her breathing had grown soft again, softer still. And then, quietly without struggle, it ceased.
It is all over. She is dead.
Seward led Arthur from the room. In the drawing room, Arthur sat down and covered his face, and wept in a way that nearly broke Seward to see. Seward went back. Van Helsing was standing at the bed, looking at Lucy, and Seward looked too. Something had changed. The hardness was gone from her face. The pallor, that terrible drawn pallor of these last weeks, had softened. Her brow had recovered its gentle lines. Even her lips had lost their deathly color. It was as if the blood, released now from the long labor of keeping her alive, had gone at last to quiet the harshness of death, to make it as much as it could be gentle. She looked like herself, young and peaceful, and her
Seward looked at her and said, "Ah, well, poor girl, there is peace for her at last. It is the end."
Van Helsing turned to face him. His voice was grave and certain.
"Not so. Alas, not so. It is only the beginning."
I want to pause here with you, to let that moment be what it is. A young woman, gone, the people who loved her, standing in a room that still holds the warmth of her. And one old man who understands already what still lies ahead, who carries that knowledge alone for now, who will not speak it yet. The days that followed had their own weight. Mrs. Westenra's affairs were put in order. The solicitor came and went. Lucy and her mother were to be buried together. Seward attended to the formalities, all the small, relentless tasks that follow a death, the papers, the registrar, the undertaker's measured courtesies. Van Helsing stayed close. He quietly gathered Lucy's letters, her diary, her memoranda, not for the law, he said, but for other reasons, reasons he was not yet ready to name. Before they retired that night, they went in together to see Lucy one last time. The undertaker had done his work. The room had been turned into something like a small chapel, white flowers everywhere, candles burning, the sheet drawn gently over her face. Van Helsing bent and turned the sheet back, and they both stood still. All Lucy's loveliness had come back to her. Not a trace of the suffering of those last weeks, the hours since her death, rather than marking her, had only restored her. She looked, and Seward says this plainly, she looked as though she were not dead at all. Van Helsing's expression was stern, grave and watchful, not grieving. He left the room briefly and returned with garlic, which he placed among the flowers. Then he removed from inside his collar a small gold crucifix and laid it over her lips. He drew the sheet back and they came away. Later, after Seward had gone to his own room, Van Helsing came to his door. He sat down and spoke quietly, and his words carried the weight of everything unsaid.
"Friend John, I pity your poor bleeding heart, and I love you the more because it does so bleed. If I could, I would take upon myself the burden that you bear. But there are things that you know not, but that you shall know, and bless me for knowing, though they are not pleasant things. John, my child, you have been my friend now many years, and yet did you ever know me to do anything without good cause? I may err. I am but a man, but I believe in all I do. Was it not for these causes that you sent for me when the great trouble came? Were you not amazed, nay, horrified, when I would not let Arthur kiss his love, though she was dying and I snatched him away with all my strength? And yet you saw how she thanked me, with her beautiful dying eyes, her voice too weak to do more than whisper. And she kissed my rough old hand and blessed me. Yes, you saw that. Well, I have good reason now for all I want to do. You have for many years trusted me, believed me even when things were so strange that you might well have doubted. Believe me yet a little, friend John. If you trust me not, then I must tell you what I think, and that is not perhaps well. And if I work without my friend's trust, I work with a heavy heart, and I feel so lonely when I want all the help and courage that may be. Friend John, there are strange and terrible days before us. Let us not be two but one, so that we work to a good end. Will you not have faith in me?
Seward took his hand, he promised. The next morning, Van Helsing came to Seward's door early.
You need not trouble about the knives. We shall not do it.
Seward asked why.
Because it is too late or too early, see?
He held up the small golden crucifix.
This was stolen in the night. I have got it back from the woman who took it, who did not fully understand what she did. Her punishment will come, but not through me. Now we must wait.
He went away on the word, leaving Seward with a new puzzle and the sense growing quietly behind it that the chapter of Lucy's death was not, in truth, closed. There is one more note I want to read to you, a small thing perhaps, but the kind of small thing that, in this story, turns out not to be small at all. It appeared in the papers around this time, a brief notice out of Hampstead, barely a paragraph.
Children playing near Hampstead Heath had been found wandering alone, late, with small wounds on their throats. None of them could explain how the wounds had come to be there. When asked how they had come to be out so late, they said only that they had gone to see the beautiful lady.
The beautiful lady. Van Helsing read that notice. He said nothing to Seward then. He only folded the paper and put it in his pocket, and his face when he did it held that same stern, settled gravity, the look of a man who is gathering evidence, who knows what the evidence means, who is waiting just a little longer before he speaks. That is where we leave them tonight. Van Helsing keeping his watch, Seward in his grief, Arthur somewhere trying to bear what cannot be borne. And Lucy, her beauty restored, candles burning, garlic and a gold cross laid gently around her, resting in a stillness that is not yet, and not entirely peace. Let that be enough for now. Let yourself rest. The story will be here when you wake. Chapter 13. I want to settle in with you here for a while. Let the quiet come in around you. There is a weight to this chapter. Not a crushing weight. More like the feeling of standing at the edge of something vast. When you begin to understand something that cannot quite be understood. Dr. Seward's diary continues. And what he writes as a man of science. A man who trusts evidence. A man who trusts what can be measured, what can be known. And this chapter is about what happens when that certainty begins to shift.
The funeral was arranged for the next succeeding day, so that Lucy and her mother might be buried together. I attended to all the ghastly formalities. The undertaker proved that his staff were afflicted or perhaps blessed with something of his own obsequious suavity. Even the woman who had come out from the death chamber remarked to me in a confidential tone, "She makes a very beautiful corpse, sir. It's quite a privilege to attend on her. It's not too much to say that she will do credit to our establishment." I noticed that Van Helsing never kept far away. There were no relatives at hand. As Arthur had to be back the next day to attend his father's funeral, we were unable to notify anyone who should have been bidden. Under the circumstances, Van Helsing and I took it upon ourselves to examine papers. He insisted upon looking over Lucy's papers himself. I asked him why. He answered me simply, I know you forget that I'm a lawyer as well as a doctor, but this is not altogether for the law. There may be papers such as this." As he spoke, he took from his pocket the memorandum which had been in Lucy's breast, the one she had torn in her sleep.
I stay with that image for a moment. The torn paper. The words she wrote in a kind of sleeping desperation. Van Helsing had kept it close. He had been thinking. Even then, even in those first days, he was piecing something together that none of the rest of us could yet see.
When we had finished the work in hand, Van Helsing said to me, "And now, friend John, I think we made a bed. We want sleep, both you and I, and rest to recuperate. Tomorrow we shall have much to do, but for the tonight there is no need of us. Alas." Before turning in, we went to look at poor Lucy. The undertaker had certainly done his work well. The room had been turned into a small chapel of the dead. There was a wilderness of beautiful white flowers. The end of the winding sheet was laid over her face. When the professor bent over and turned it gently back, we both started. All Lucy's loveliness had come back to her in death. The hours that had passed, instead of leaving traces of decay, had restored the beauty of life, till positively I could not believe my eyes that I was looking at a corpse. The professor looked sternly grave. He said to me, "Remain till I return," and left the room. He came back with a handful of wild garlic from the box waiting in the hall. He placed the flowers amongst the others on and around the bed. Then he took from his neck, inside his collar, a little gold crucifix and placed it over the mouth. He restored the sheet to its place, and we came away.
The garlic. The crucifix placed over her lips. Seward does not yet understand why. He watches these things and records them and does not yet ask the question that would explain them. Some part of him, I think, already knows. Some part of him does not want to know.
I was undressing in my own room when, with a premonitory tap at the door, Van Helsing entered and at once began to speak. Tomorrow I want you to bring me before night a set of post-mortem knives. Must we make an autopsy? I asked. Yes and no. I want to operate, but not as you think. Let me tell you now, but not a word to another. I want to cut off her head and take out her heart. Ah, you a surgeon, and so shocked you, whom I have seen with no tremble of hand or heart, do operations of life and death that make the rest shudder. Oh, but I must not forget, my dear friend John, that you loved her, and I have not forgotten it. But why do it at all? I asked. The girl is dead. Why mutilate her poor body without need? Without such it is monstrous. For answer, he put his hand on my shoulder and said with infinite tenderness, Friend John, I pity your poor bleeding heart, and I love you the more because it does so bleed. If I could, I would take on myself the burden that you do bear. But there are things that you know not, but that you shall know. And bless me for knowing, though they are not pleasant things. John, my child, you have been my friend now many years, and yet did you ever know me to do any without good cause? I may err, I am but man, but I believe in all I do. Was it not for these causes that you sent for me when the great trouble came? Yes. Were you not amazed, nay horrified, when I would not let Arthur kiss his love, though she was dying, and snatched him away by all my strength? Yes, and yet you saw how she thanked me, with her so beautiful dying eyes. Her voice, too, so weak, and she kissed my rough old hand and blessed me. Well, I have good reason now for all I want to do. You have for many years trust me. You have believed me weeks past, when there be things so strange that you might have well doubt. Believe me yet a little, friend John. Friend John, there are strange and terrible days before us. Let us not be two, but one, that so we work to a good end. Will you not have faith in me? I took his hand and promised him.
Strange and terrible days. He knew, even standing there in that quiet house of the dead, with the garlic scenting the air, he already knew what they were dealing with. And he could not say it yet. Not without Seward's trust. Not without a mind prepared to receive what he had to say.
I must have slept long and soundly, for it was broad daylight when Van Helsing waked me by coming into my room. He said, You need not trouble about the knives. We shall not do it. Why not? I asked. Because, he said sternly, It is too late or too early, see. Here he held up the little golden crucifix. This was stolen in the night. How stolen? I asked in wonder, since you have it now. Because I get it back from the worthless wretch who stole it from the woman who robbed the dead and the living. Her punishment will surely come, but not through me. She knew not altogether what she did, and thus unknowing she only stole. Now we must wait. He went away on the word, leaving me with a new mystery to think of, a new puzzle to grapple with.
Stolen in the night. The crucifix removed from her lips by someone who did not understand what it protected against. Seward writes, a new mystery. He does not yet see that there are no mysteries here, only answers he cannot yet bring himself to name.
Arthur was expected at 5 o'clock. A little before that time, we visited the death chamber. Van Helsing ordered the room restored to the condition in which we had left it the night before, so that when Arthur came, such shocks to his feelings as we could avoid were saved. Poor fellow. He looked desperately sad and broken. Even his stalwart manhood seemed to have shrunk somewhat under the strain of his much-tried emotions. He had been very genuinely and devotedly attached to his father. And to lose him, and at such a time, was a bitter blow. I felt he would like to be quite alone with her. But he took my arm and led me in, saying huskily, "You loved her too, old fellow. She told me all about it, and there was no friend had a closer place in her heart than you. I don't know how to thank you for all you have done for her. I can't think yet." Here he suddenly broke down and threw his arms round my shoulders and laid his head on my breast, crying, "Oh, Jack, Jack, what shall I do? The whole of life seems gone from me all at once, and there is nothing in the wide world for me to live for." I comforted him as well as I could. In such cases, men do not need much expression. A grip of the hand, the tightening of an arm over the shoulder, a sob in unison. These are expressions of sympathy dear to a man's heart. I stood still and silent till his sobs died away. And then I said softly to him, "Come and look at her." Together we moved over to the bed, and I lifted the lawn from her face. God, how beautiful she was. Every hour seemed to be enhancing her loveliness. It frightened and amazed me somewhat. And as for Arthur, he fell a trembling and finally was shaken with doubt as with an egg. At last, after a long pause, he said to me in a faint whisper, "Jack, is she really dead?"
Is she really dead? Even Arthur felt it. Standing in that room, looking down at a face more beautiful than it had been in life. A face that should have been changing, fading, returning to silence. And instead it bloomed. Seward told him yes. He gave a scientific explanation. Faces sometimes soften after death, particularly after prolonged suffering. He believed what he was saying, or he needed to believe it.
Arthur knelt beside the couch for a while, looking at her lovingly and long. Then he turned aside. I told him that must be goodbye, as the coffin had to be prepared. So he went back and took her dead hand in his and kissed it, and bent over and kissed her forehead. He came away, fondly looking back over his shoulder at her as he came. We all dined together that evening, and I could see that poor Arthur was trying to make the best of things. Van Helsing had been silent all through dinner. But when we had lit our cigars, he turned to Arthur, who interrupted him gently. No, not that, for God's sake. Not yet, at any rate. Forgive me, sir, I did not mean to speak offensively. It is only because my loss is so recent. The professor answered very sweetly. I only used that name because I was in doubt. I must not call you Mr., and I have grown to love you. Yes, my dear boy, to love you as Arthur. Arthur held out his hand and took the old man's warmly. Call me what you will. I hope I may always have the title of a friend. And let me say that I am at a loss for words to thank you for your goodness to my poor dear. He paused a moment and went on. I know that she understood your goodness even better than I do, and if I was rude or in any way wanting at that time you acted so. You remember, the professor nodded, you must forgive me. Van Helsing answered with a grave kindness. I know it was hard for you to quite trust me then, for to trust such violence needs to understand. And I take it that you do not, that you cannot trust me now, for you do not yet understand. And there may be more times when I shall want you to trust when you cannot, and may not, and must not yet understand. But the time will come when your trust shall be whole and complete in me, and when you shall understand as though the sunlight himself shone through.
Must not yet understand. He is carrying something enormous, the weight of a knowledge he cannot share. Not until the moment is right, not until the men beside him are ready.
Van Helsing then asked if he might read all of Lucy's papers and letters. Believe me, it is no idle curiosity. I have a motive of which, be sure, she would have approved. I have them all here. I took them before we knew that all was yours, so that no strange hand might touch them, No strange eye look through words into her soul. I shall keep them, if I may. Even you may not see them yet, but I shall keep them safe. No word shall be lost, and in the good time I shall give them back to you. It's a hard thing I ask, but you will do it, will you not, for Lucy's sake? Arthur spoke out heartily. Dr. Van Helsing, you may do what you will. I feel that in saying this I am doing what my dear one would have approved. I shall not trouble you with questions till the time comes. The old professor stood up as he said solemnly, "And you are right. There will be pain for us all, but it will not be all pain, nor will this pain be the last. We and you too, you most of all, my dear boy, will have to pass through the bitter water before we reach the sweet. But we must be brave of heart and unselfish, and do our duty, and all will be well."
I stay in that room for a moment. The dying candles. The scent of garlic woven through roses. 3 men who loved her, finding their way to one another across the distance of grief. And the one man among them who knows what is still to come.
I slept on a sofa in Arthur's room that night. Van Helsing did not go to bed at all. He went to and fro, as if patrolling the house, and was never out of sight of the room where Lucy lay in her coffin, strewn with the wild garlic flowers, which sent, through the odor of lily and rose, a heavy, overpowering smell into the night.
He patrolled. That is the word Seward uses. Not watched. Not sat with her out of tenderness. Patrolled. As though the house needed guarding. As though something might come in. Or something might go out.
It is all over. Arthur has gone back to Ring and has taken Quincy Morris with him. What a fine fellow is Quincy. I believe in my heart of hearts that he suffered as much about Lucy's death as any of us. But he bore himself through it like a moral Viking. Van Helsing is lying down, having a rest preparatory to his journey. He goes over to Amsterdam tonight, but says he returns tomorrow night. He is to stop with me then, if he can. He says he has work to do in London which may take him some time. All the time of the burial he was, I could see, putting some terrible restraint on himself. When it was all over, we were standing beside Arthur, who was speaking of his part in the operation where his blood had been transfused to Lucy's veins. I could see Van Helsing's face grow white and purple by turns. Arthur was saying that he felt since then as if they two had been really married, and that she was his wife in the sight of God. None of us said a word of the other operations, and none of us ever shall. The moment we were alone in the carriage, Van Helsing gave way to a regular fit of hysterics. He has denied it since. He says it was only his sense of humor asserting itself under very terrible conditions. He laughed till he cried, and I had to draw down the blinds lest anyone should see us. And then he cried till he laughed again, and laughed and cried together. When his face grew grave and stern again, I asked him why his mirth. His reply was, as ever, logical and forceful and mysterious. He said, "Ah, you don't comprehend, friend John. Do not think that I am not sad, though I laugh. See, I have cried even when the laugh did choke me. But no more think that I am all sorry when I cry, for the laugh he come just the same. Keep it always with you, that laughter who knock at your door and say, 'May I come in?' is not the true laughter, no. He is a king, and he come when and how he like. He ask no person, he choose no time of suitability. He say, 'I am here.' Behold an example. I grieve my heart out for that so sweet young girl. I give my blood for her, though I am old and worn. I give my time, my skill, my sleep. I let my other sufferers want that so she may have all. And yet I can laugh at her very grave laugh when the clay from the spade of the sexton drop upon her coffin and say thud, thud to my heart, till it send back the blood from my cheek. My heart bleed for that poor boy, that dear boy, so of the age of mine own boy had I been so blessed that he live, and with his hair and eyes the same. There, you know now why I love him so. Oh, friend John, it is a strange world, a sad world, a world full of miseries and woes and troubles, and yet when King Laugh come, he make them all dance to the tune he play. Bleeding hearts, and dry bones of the churchyard, and tears that burn as they fall, all dance together to the music that he make with that smileless mouth of him. And believe me, friend John, that he is good to come and kind. Ah, we men and women are like ropes drawn tight with strain that pull us different ways. Then tears come, and like the rain on the ropes, they brace us up until perhaps the strain become too great, and we break. But King Laugh, he come like the sunshine, and he ease off the strain again, and we bear to go on with our labor, what it may be.
King Laugh. The laugh that does not ask permission. I find something unbearably honest in that. This old man who has seen too much, who carries a knowledge that would crack most people open, and who knows that even grief has to pause sometimes, even in the face of the most terrible thing. The ropes ease, and you go on.
I did not yet understand the cause of his laughter. I asked him. As he answered me, his face grew stern, and he said in quite a different tone, "Oh, it was the grim irony of it all. This so lovely lady garlanded with flowers, that looked so fair as life, till one by one we wondered if she were truly dead. She laid in that so fine marble house in that lonely churchyard, where rest so many of her kin, laid there with the mother who loved her, and whom she loved. And that sacred bell going toll, 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 so sad and slow. And those holy men with the white garments of the angel pretending to read books, and yet all the time their eyes never on the page. And all of us with the bowed head. And all for what? She is dead, so is it not? Well, for the life of me, Professor, I said, I can't see anything to laugh at in all that. Why, your explanation makes it a harder puzzle than before. Just so, he replied. Said he not that the transfusion of his blood to her veins had made her truly his bride? Yes, I said, and it was a sweet and comforting idea for him. Quite so. But there was a difficulty, friend John. If so that, then what about the others? Ho, ho. I did not feel particularly pleased with him for saying such things. He laid his hand on my arm and said, Friend John, forgive me if I pain. I showed not my feeling to others when it would wound, but only to you, my old friend, whom I can trust. If you could have looked into my very heart then when I want to laugh, if you could have done so when the laugh arrived, if you could do so now when King Laugh have pack up his crown and all that is to him, for he go far, far away from me, and for a long, long time maybe you would perhaps pity me the most of all. I was touched by the tenderness of his tone and asked why. He said only, because I know.
Because I know. 2 words. And all of what he knows sits behind them, pressing like water behind a dam. Seward writes, and now we are all scattered. And for many a long day, loneliness will sit over our roofs with brooding wings. Lucy lies in the tomb of her kin, a lordly death house in a lonely churchyard, away from teeming London, where the air is fresh and the sun rises over Hampstead Hill, and where wildflowers grow of their own accord. But the story does not end there, because something is happening on Hampstead Heath, something the newspapers are reporting, something that at first reads as merely curious, a small mystery. Children going astray.
The Westminster Gazette, September the 25th. A Hampstead mystery. The neighborhood of Hampstead is just at present exercised with a series of events which seem to run on lines parallel to those of what was known to the writers of headlines as the Kensington Horror, or the Stabbing Woman, or the Woman in Black. During the past 2 or 3 days, several cases have occurred of young children straying from home or neglecting to return from their playing on the heath. In all these cases, the children were too young to give any properly intelligible account of themselves. But the consensus of their excuses is that they had been with a bloofer lady. It has always been late in the evening when they have been missed. And on 2 occasions the children have not been found until early in the following morning. It is generally supposed in the neighborhood that, as the first child missed gave as his reason for being away that a bloofer lady had asked him to come for a walk, the others had picked up the phrase and used it as occasion served. This is the more natural, as the favorite game of the little ones at present is luring each other away by wiles. A correspondent writes that to see some of the tiny tots pretending to be the bloofer lady is supremely funny. Some of our caricaturists might, he says, take a lesson in the irony of grotesque by comparing the reality and the picture. There is, however, possibly a serious side to the question. For some of the children, indeed, all who have been missed at night have been slightly torn or wounded in the throat. The wounds seem such as might be made by a rat or a small dog, and although of not much importance individually, would tend to show that whatever animal inflicts them has a system or method of its own. The police of the division have been instructed to keep a sharp lookout for straying children, especially when very young in and around Hampstead Heath, and for any stray dog which may be about.
A rat or a small dog. That is what the newspaper says. And yet, children on the heath after dark. Wounds on the throat. A beautiful woman they call, in their small, garbled way, the bloofer lady. Beautiful lady. They cannot quite say it, but they remember her. They follow her.
The Westminster Gazette, September the 25th, extra special. The Hampstead Horror. Another child injured. The bloofer lady. We have just received intelligence that another child missed last night was only discovered late in the morning under a furze bush at the Shooter's Hill side of Hampstead Heath, which is perhaps less frequented than the other parts. It has the same tiny wound in the throat as has been noticed in other cases. It was terribly weak and looked quite emaciated. It, too, when partially restored, had the common story to tell of being lured away by the bloofer lady.
The same tiny wound in the throat. Terribly weak. Quite emaciated. And the same story. A beautiful lady who asked them to come for a walk. Van Helsing has read these accounts. He knows exactly what he is reading. He knows who the blue fur lady is. And when he returns from Amsterdam, when he sits down with Seward in that study, he will begin very carefully to make Seward understand too. I want to take you into that conversation now. The one that happens when Van Helsing returns. When he sits across from Seward and begins very slowly and with great care to lay out what he knows. This is a conversation between two very different kinds of mind. Van Helsing, who has spent a lifetime studying the borders of what is known, who has followed evidence where it leads, even when it leads somewhere terrible. And Seward, a man of science in the truest Victorian sense. A man who trusts the measurable, the rational, the explicit. A man who loved Lucy Westenra and buried her and is trying to move forward. Van Helsing does not rush. He has done this before. He knows that the mind has to be brought to a truth gradually. You cannot simply say the word. You have to build toward it. One piece at a time. Until the person in front of you has no choice but to arrive there themselves.
Van Helsing sat down across from me and folded his hands. He said nothing for a moment. Then, "Friend John, I want to ask you something, not as a man to a friend, as one doctor to another." I told him to go on. "You are a man of science, a man who has trained his mind to see what is there, not what he expects to find, yes?" I agreed. "Good. Then I ask you this. When you look at Miss Lucy's case, the whole of it from the very beginning, what did you see that you could not explain?" I thought about it. There were things, I admitted. The rapidity of her decline, the anemia that could not be accounted for by any normal cause, the wounds on her throat, small and strange, that we attributed to a bat, to a pin, to her own unconscious hand. Van Helsing nodded slowly. "And the garlic," he said. "You saw how she responded to the garlic, how the color came back to her when it was in the room and left her when it was taken away." "I saw it," I said. "And yet," he said carefully, "you did not ask why. You noted it as a good doctor notes all things, but you did not ask why garlic. Why that particular flower, that particular smell, should have any effect at all on a woman dying of anemia. I had no answer. "And the transfusions," he continued. "We gave her blood again and again, and again and again the blood was gone, as though she had not received it. Where did it go, friend John?" I said what I had thought at the time, that there must have been some failure of absorption, some metabolic disruption we did not understand. He looked at me with great patience. "Yes, That is what a man of science says when he does not yet wish to see what is in front of him. I felt a small irritation rise in me. I told him I was not in the habit of avoiding evidence. No, he said gently, you are not. You are one of the finest minds I know. But there is a kind of evidence, friend John, that the trained mind resists, not out of weakness, out of a reasonable belief that the world is ordered, that things have causes we can name. He paused. Do you believe in things you cannot explain?
Do you believe in things you cannot explain? Seward sits with that question. He is a man who has dedicated his life to explanation, to finding the cause behind the symptom, to naming what is nameless in the human mind. He wants to say no, or rather, he wants to say that everything can eventually be explained, that the unexplained is only the not yet understood. But Van Helsing waits. He does not fill the silence. He lets the question sit there.
I believe in what the evidence shows, I said at last. Van Helsing smiled a little. Good. That is enough. That is all I ask. He leaned forward. Then let us look at what the evidence shows. Miss Lucy was drained of blood over many weeks by a cause we never identified. The wounds on her throat were never explained. The garlic flowers acted upon her in a way no pharmacology can account for. She died, and she was beautiful in death, more beautiful with each passing day as the dead are not. The crucifix placed at her lips was removed in the night by a woman who did not understand why it was there. And since her burial, children have been found on the heath, close by her tomb, with wounds upon their throats, small wounds, identical wounds. He let that settle. I did not want to follow where this was leading. I told him plainly there were coincidences in medicine, strange cases that seemed to connect and did not. He nodded. Yes, you are right to be cautious. A cautious man does not leap. He walks step by step. So, let us walk. Tell me, in your reading and all the wide learning a man like you has accumulated, have you ever encountered accounts of the undead?
The undead. He says it quietly, almost as a term of art. A clinical phrase, and yet it lands like something thrown against a wall.
I stared at him. I said, surely he was not suggesting. He raised a hand. I am suggesting nothing yet. I am asking, have you in your reading encountered such accounts? I had, I admitted, in folklore, in old superstitions, Eastern European traditions, certain accounts from the Slavic countries, the kind of material a serious physician sets aside. Of course, said Van Helsing. Of course you set it aside, as I set it aside, as any man of learning sets aside what does not fit his model of the world. But what if the model is incomplete? He rose from his chair and stood by the window. What do these accounts tell us? What do the old records say from many countries, many centuries, too many sources to be invented? They say, there is a creature that does not die as we die, that lives beyond the death of the body, that must feed upon the living to sustain itself, that grows stronger as it feeds, and yet weakens those it feeds upon, drawing the very life from their veins. They say, such a creature cannot enter where it has not been invited. That is the rule, and it holds always. It cannot cross the threshold without the will of those within. They say, it casts no reflection in the mirror. It throws no shadow. The light of the sun does not welcome it. They say there are things which repel it, things which are sacred to a particular order of the world, the garlic flower, the crucifix, the wafer of the host, things which should mean nothing to a creature of mere flesh, but which act upon it with a force that has no chemical explanation. He turned from the window. These things are consistent, friend John, across centuries, across countries that have never spoken to one another. The details vary, as all accounts of the same reality vary, but the core of it does not change.
Seward is listening. He is a scientist. Every instinct he has trained over 20 years is pushing back. And yet, the garlic, the blood that went nowhere, the crucifix placed over her lips, the wounds on the children's throats, the blue fur lady, the face that grew more beautiful as the days passed. He does not want to think what he is beginning to think.
Even if I granted all of that, I said slowly, even if I allowed for such a possibility in theory, what are you saying to me exactly? What is it you are telling me about Lucy? Van Helsing looked at me for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was very quiet. I am saying that what Miss Lucy suffered was not a natural illness, that the cause of her decline was not any disease we know, that the beauty which has come back to her in death is not the softening of the dead, but something else entirely. And that the children on Hampstead Heath have not been visited by a stray dog. He paused. You know now what we are dealing with. Another silence. And his voice was barely above a whisper now. It was made by Miss Lucy.
It was made by Miss Lucy. Not that Miss Lucy is. That it was made by her. That something else wears her face now. Something that draws children to it in the dark on Hampstead Heath. Something that was once the woman they all loved. Seward sits with that. He does not agree. He cannot agree. Not yet. His whole mind is arranged against agreeing. But the evidence is there. Every piece of it he witnessed himself. Every detail he recorded faithfully in his own diary, never understanding what he was writing down. Van Helsing does not push further. He has laid the foundation. He knows that a man has to find his own way to an unbearable truth. You can lead him to the edge, but he has to take the last step himself.
Lucy lies in the tomb of her kin. A lordly death house in a lonely churchyard, away from teeming London, where the air is fresh and the sun rises over Hampstead Hill, where wild flowers grow of their own accord. So I can finish this diary, and God only knows if I shall ever begin another. If I do, or if I even open this again, it will be to deal with different people and different themes. For here at the end, where the romance of my life is told ere I go back to take up the thread of my life work, I say sadly and without hope, Finis.
Finis. The end. Except that it is not the end. It is the moment before everything begins. Lucy is in her tomb on Hampstead Hill, and the children are still coming home with small wounds on their throats. And Van Helsing is preparing. And Seward, who cannot yet bring himself to believe, is writing the last word of his old diary, not knowing that the new one will be darker and stranger, and that the truth Van Helsing has almost said out loud tonight will become, in the days ahead, undeniable. But that is the next chapter. For now, let that weight settle gently around you. The candlelight in the death chamber, the scent of garlic and white flowers, the sound of Van Helsing pacing through the dark house. The children's voices half remembered, half dreamed. The beautiful lady, the quiet churchyard where the sun rises every morning over Hampstead Hill, and the tomb that does not give up what it holds. And we pause here. That was part 2. The summer at Whitby, that bright, ordinary stretch of days that became something else so quietly you almost didn't notice until it was too late. Lucy full of light and laughter. The two friends walking on the cliff tops, writing letters, talking about the men they loved, and then the nights changing. The sleepwalking, the slow draining away of color from Lucy's face. The doctors who did everything right and could not stop it. Van Helsing arrived with his careful manner and his European reserve, and he saw what no one else would name. He tried. He gave everything he had, and it was not enough. Lucy is gone now. Let your body come back gently. Feel your breath slow and even. Feel the weight of the blanket, the pillow, the surface beneath you. You are here. The story is not over. Van Helsing knows now what he is dealing with. He has gathered the others around him. Seward, Arthur, Quincy, and Mina has read Jonathan's journal. They all know. Next time they go to the tomb. But for now, rest. Sleep now.